All right, the horizontal stream should be up. The vertical stream should be going. TikTok should be live any moment. To go there. And we should have, 1 second, I'll get Twitch set up. Boom, Twitch is rocking and rolling. I'm going to open up our guest box before I forget. All right, and I don't need to double check if the stream is running because I'm omniscient and I know the stream is running. That's one of the perks of being the true Messiah is omniscience. Welcome in, friends. It's my day to celebrate. The fraud Jesus, never mind this fake Messiah, Jesus fella. He's dead. And now, one thing you'll notice about me right off the bat is I'm alive. Now listen, I get that this is a pretty low bar, but that being said, it seems from the scriptures, obviously, that the Messiah, one of the first requirements of being the Messiah is that you're actually alive, and Jesus is dead. So one up on the Messiah as well already. I mean, it wasn't even a competition. Unless you can show me where the living Jesus is, I'd be intrigued to find out. Now, listen, it is also true that there are claims. Some people are saying that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, that Jesus did miracles. Now, it happens to be that there are many, many people here who have witnessed me do miracles as well. This so-called fake Messiah, this Jesus fella, really was a sorcerer at best. That's why the early critics of Jesus called him out for what he is. He's just a sorcerer doing parlor tricks. Whereas you've seen me actually turn water into wine in front of your very face. And the OGs of the community will also remember my teleporting rubber band show. So I'm just saying, I don't think Jesus really holds much in the ways of power compared to myself. And the amount of prophecies that I've fulfilled, that's pretty crazy, actually. It's a pretty high amount. Just, to name a few, Deuteronomy 4:28 says, "There you will serve gods, objects of wood and stone." Oh, you got it. That's Doug and Sharon right in the Bible. Zechariah 9:9, "See your king comes to you triumphant, victorious, humble, and riding on a donkey." It turns out I've ridden a donkey. So we could put that one in the bag. Also, Ecclesiastes 9:4. "Whoever is joined with all living has hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion." And I've been joined to a living dog on many occasions. Obviously, the typological prophecy about me, your Messiah. Also, I would maybe even point out that I'm fulfilling in your very presence. Exodus 4:12, "Go, and I will be with your mouth and teach you what you are to speak." How often have people in this live stream, they needed words to communicate exactly what it was they were feeling and thinking about the Bible and Jesus, and I gave them the words to speak. Welcome in also everyone from the Dago Days live stream. I think Joel and Mez were over there as well. Good to have you in. Right now, we're just going to be challenging some Christians. Please do, Christians, come on, show me what compelling evidence is there to believe that this dead sky carcass, Jesus, is the Messiah? I can't see a good reason to believe that the sky carcass is Messiah. In fact, I would say there's lots of reasons not. And even more, I'll fulfill another prophecy in your midst. Job 27:11, "I will teach you concerning the hand of God." Boom, you saw it, fulfilled in your very presence. Job 27. So, I mean, and I'm sure there will be more. As these live streams progress, and anyone who's been part of these live streams will confess, they've seen many prophecies fulfilled by me. It really is. It's so mundane at this point. The amount of prophecies that I'm able to fulfill. It's so mundane. It's almost trivial to even begin counting them. In fact, just Friday, I fulfilled a handful of prophecies. Psalm 22, "They divided my garments and cast lots." Yes, that's what they did for my garments on Friday. In fact, my shirt my shirt on the Friday stream went for a $75 lot. So again, Psalm 22 fulfilled in yours truly. Not this Jesus guy. This Jesus guy is a fraud. He's a nobody. He's a guy that went out, fucked around, and found out, and they became word food. But I'm actually very much alive. I don't know if you all been paying attention. Not only am I alive, but I would also suggest that today, on my special day, might be worthwhile to do a little body and blood. I have some matzah, but actually prescribed in the Hebrew Bible. Listen, these little fuck wafers that the church is doing. What is this? What is this thing? This is nonsense. They don't even taste good. They're garbage. It's basically trash. It's like styrofoam in the shape of what. This is not what the Hebrew Bible was talking about. Hebrew Bible, want to go back, real bread of God is going to look something like this. And then, of course, obviously today we'll be partaking in the Holy Communion of Kraken as well. So it's time to get with the program, ditch the wafers. You can have some wine. But the true body and bread is going to be matzah and Kraken. That's just, it's just biblically accurate. I don't know what else to say to that. Nevertheless, friends, welcome in. We'll get some opposition soon. We'll see. I heard rumors, there are rumors, that people are gathering today to celebrate the resurrection of a guy that no one can find. You guys know where he is? Have you seen this resurrected figure? I haven't seen him. I've been looking for him. I can't find him anywhere. They keep saying I need to find Jesus. I don't know how they expect me to find Jesus when they don't even know where he is. Someone put out an APB on this guy. Completely gone. We have no idea where he's at. Now, if there's a Christian, though, in the chat that has good information as to where I can find this Jesus guy, or maybe even figure out why we should believe that he's the Messiah as opposed to me, get on into the box, and we'll have some chat about it. Speaking of one of my prophets, welcome in, Prophet M.
Someone said, "MashaAllah, sister, you look beautiful."
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
You have a hijab on now.
I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, to be fair,
Mm-hmm.
you know, a head covering, if you live where Jesus lived, it's I would say maybe not essential, but really helpful.
Yeah, wasn't it was it also used to distinguish between free and slave women?
Well, that is a whole thing. It turns out that the Hammurabi Code, and it turns out that the Hittite Law Code, they differ from the Bible ever so slightly in how they want to apply head coverings. Nevertheless, there are firm rules for head coverings. And so if you are a woman of the night, maybe a woman of the streets, as they might say, and you get caught, they would shave your head. You're supposed to cover your hair. Leaving your hair open and exposed is kind of like attracting the men. And so there were definitely some rules about what you could and could not do. Almost like how the Amish do their beards a particular way to indicate whether they're married or unmarried or whether they're available. The veiling in the ancient world.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the veiling in the ancient world will cover some of that. In fact, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you the law code that talks about it the most. I haven't added these necessarily to my cheat sheet, the laws tab on my cheat sheet yet, but there's a pretty lengthy section about head coverings. Let's see. I want to say there's some in the Middle Assyrian laws, but those weren't the laws I was specifically looking for. But Middle Assyrian law code number 40 and 41 talks about head coverings, but that's, again, there's a better law code that talks about it a little bit more. Nevertheless, how you doing, Ems?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
You know, I can't complain. Doing well. I had a good time on Unapologetic today, and now I'm just.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Although we had some wild callers.
I mean, it's isn't it the first like unapologetic knowing that Dr. Blitz is good?
Yes. Yeah.
That was a relief. Imagine thinking you have that, and then after, wow,
It,
that's beautiful.
it really one of
We
those
should.
things where,
Uh,
like the bad
yeah.
news pretty quickly turned to what I would call good news. But like, to be
Mhm.
fair, like it would have been even better news if we had learned that from the beginning.
Of course. And also, like now, like how Christians and Muslims, they just use any illness given to an atheist against them. Like, oh,
Yeah.
look at Stephen Hawking, etc. That's so disgusting, isn't it?
It's just one of the things. It's weird too
Mm-hmm.
because like, well, then why also are like
Mm-hmm.
Christians getting sick? Wouldn't it make sense that the Christians wouldn't get sick if God's like protecting them? But
Mm-hmm.
um, so in the Hammurabi Law Code, it basically is using it as a the veiling laws to emphasize who's available and who's unavailable. The Middle Assyrian Law Code, which I've got pulled up here, Law 40 and 42 and 43 seem to be the most relevant ones. Says neither wives of seigneurs, those are like nobles, nor widows, nor Assyrian women who go out into the street may have their heads uncovered. The daughters of a noble, whether it is a shawl or a robe or a mantle, must veil themselves. They must not have their heads uncovered. And there's a
Mm-hmm.
whole, between Law 40 and 43, there's a whole list of stipulations for who gets to cover, when to cover, why they got to cover, different things like that. So,
That's interesting.
yeah. So
In
let me
Islam, it's
grab.
mostly just slave versus non-slave.
Well, there was some of that. There was some that the veiling signifies authority. In fact, that seemed to be Paul's opinion in 1 Corinthians chapter 11. But Paul was a heretic anyway, so we don't. What do we care about that guy? Let me bring in our first guest. We've got Dre and Jason in the guest queue. I think we've talked to Dre before. I don't know if we've talked to Jason, so let me grab Jason first, and we'll hopefully convert somebody to the true religion. Welcome in, Jason. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Sure. And who's your Messiah?
Well, I consider myself a disciple of Doug, but
Oh,
I was
hell
reading
yeah.
through and now my faith is kind of shaken
Oh,
with
tell me more.
so Isaiah 44:8
Hmm.
said, "Do not fear or be afraid. Have I not told you from old and declared it? You are my witness. Is there no God besides me? There is no other rock. I know not one." So with the quadrilogy, how can there be only one rock, but there's both Doug and Sharon?
Because so Doug and Sharon are actually of the same substance. They share the same homoousian.
Oh, so that their essence is what the rock is. That is
No,
that.
they're from the same source.
So they're like two pebbles off the same big rock of that is God, or what?
Exactly, because in the stone Trinity, partialism is not a heresy.
Hmm.
So they're all part of the Godhead.
All right. Well, that seems to do it for me. The only other question: when's your next Q&A live?
Depending on how things go with this live stream, it might be today. I don't know how many Christians are going to be compelled to come up and debate the merits of Jesus today, given that it's Easter. If they don't, I might switch to a Q&A here in a little while. But notwithstanding, I've got my my calendar. I do have my calculator open, but I've got my calendar open as well. And if I remember correctly, I'm on AXP next Sunday, and then I think the 19th, the 19th I'll be doing the Q&A.
All right. Well, cool. I guess depending on how that all comes back out, we might be talking again later today. But I appreciate
Sure.
it. You're really strengthening my faith in Doug. Praise Doug.
Hell yeah, praise Doug. May the courts be with you, friend.
Thank you.
All right, and we got one worshiper of Doug already in here, and a couple more heathens like Handsome Cat. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your tithes and offerings. Christians mention sources like Tacitus and Josephus. but none of them seem to mention a resurrection, just his crucifixion. Seems kind of like a cell phone. Yep, I love it when they bring that up too in regards to the resurrection, because what that means is that they just don't have anything. If the best they have can only demonstrate that Jesus was killed, not opposed, or not resurrection, then that means your sources are opposed to you. So, listen, I agree. He died. That's not something that I need a whole lot of source material for. And Lancelot,
I just noticed that you had a background. I thought that was your aura.
It actually is my aura. You got that one right. Mm-hmm. Lancelot says, Justin, son of Doug, show all that you are indeed the Messiah by splitting the moon or something more miraculous like Trump shut up for 24 hours. I would say this, Lancelot, a wicked and perverse generation asks for signs. You'll get no sign, at least not this moment. Let's bring in, let's see, one of our whores from TikTok. How you doing, whores? Mm-hmm. That's it? Okay. It sounded to me like he was possessed by Satan. Could be wrong. I'm pretty sure he's possessed by Satan.
Will you fight Satan?
Does Satan burp, you think? Because, like, if he's not eating...
100%, he's made from fire, isn't he?
Yeah, it's true.
So he has to have a lot of gas.
Satan's a gassy motherfucker. That's why he's so upset all the time. He's colicky. Okay. Makes sense. Colic will fuck you up. Well, let's get our next in here. It looks like next in is Amelio, and then Doug's only son after that. Welcome in, Amelio. Are you at least 18? And who is the Messiah?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you're kind of like in a cellar somewhere, but I can hear you.
No, better? Is it better now?
No, it's not your phone. I think it's the room that you're in. It's not a big problem, though. We can hear you.
Cool. Well, thank you for having me in. And yeah, I was just I'm following your shows and stuff about the line and things, and I think that you particularly are very well versed in the Bible. And I share a lot of point of views of the Bible and stuff. What you mentioned in your shows. It's just, I think that I was listening to your show on YouTube now and said Jesus was a fraud. And I am a Messiah. And I don't think that Jesus was a fraud. It's like saying like Harry Potter was a fraud. I mean, he's not what they claim they said, because the Bible is just a bunch of stories, right? But I just think it's like the same. I was just saying like Harry Potter was a fraud, or another character from fiction was a fraud. So I don't think like kind of a fraud, but more like a story.
Well, certainly the definition is going to depend on what you think about history. If you think Jesus was a real historical person who thought he was the Messiah, then yeah, you would just say he's a fraud. If you think that Jesus is just a storybook character and someone says Jesus was a fraud, you could literally just say the storybook character was a fraud, because either one of them would be true. So even if Jesus is completely made up, completely fictional, the story that's told about him still paints him to be fraudulent.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's hard to say that he was real or not real. I mean, I think it's just a character that was created, or maybe not at some point, or he was actually real. But some people use him as a beacon for something, right? I mean, it's hard to believe that given the chance that probably he could have existed. Of course, creating all these stories about miracles and things, and probably just following some group of people narrative to actually kind of free like the Jews or whatever they wanted, to free themselves from something to create a new sort of religion. I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard to believe that he was a god, or the only son of God, and that he was resurrected and all these things, right? There are a lot of
because he wasn't. He's dead.
There's a lot of inconsistencies and stuff. But It's the same as just like Harry Potter, right? Like he wasn't, but it's a story. So, I mean, in the story he was, but not in the real, for real, right? I mean, you can create a whole religion about Harry Potter or the Lord of the Rings or the things, if they suit your narrative and it suits you to bring some power to whatever you were trying to achieve from. And those times were very convoluted times. So I don't know what was the purpose of having to create this new religion based on a New Testament or based on an Old Testament. That's based on an Old Testament because he was a Jew, but it's just Christian. The Catholic Church just did a complete mess there, trying to pursue the power when Rome fell, and they switched for these polytheist gods to one single god at some point with the Empire of Constantinople, right? So there's a lot of things that we don't know about what happened there with the consensus of Constantinople when they decided to create this new religion, and they brought all these scholars to try to make a New Testament that would kind of include the Jews particularly by having the Old Testament included in the Bible. I don't know. You know better than me. Don't know exactly all the story. Just not that studied in the Bible and stuff. Just I think it's like the Old Testament bring to the New Testament to create a new Bible for a new religion. I know it just sounds like just seeking some power to control at some point the people and saying that God is this and God is that, and you need to do this because God spoke to me, so you need to follow me, right? But you need some strong base to people actually start believing that you are being the one chosen by God to rule over certain people. I don't know. I'm just speaking out here a little bit out of my mind of how
Sure.
this.
Did you have a question or something? What's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm just giving a little bit of context where it's what could be the reason of particularly the Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church, that actually is where all the Christians nowadays came from. What could be the most powerful reason for this religion to start, right? Because there's a lot of other religions in the world. Why this religion, and why is this so? Are we so, or the Catholics or the Christians, so eager to defend this book of stories, right? So that's my question. Like, I'm trying to understand a little bit of humanity. Why do humanity needs a God to be good and fight against some evil and use the name of God to their purpose, right? For people to follow in this void of stuff that they understand. So my question is like, what I'm trying to discern is like what it needs to a religion become as strong as the Catholic Church, Roman
You have to
Catholic
spread it by the
Church.
sword. You have to kill people and murder them for not following you. The same reason why Islam grows so rapidly is because if you ever even try to leave Islam, they'll just murder you. So it's violence.
Yeah, but it's funny, right? Because why we follow this violence? I mean, as humans, as
Who?
people, right?
Who's
like,
we?
Like I mean, speaking generally, right? Because you need like a lot of people to follow this to become something so powerful as a Catholic Church. I mean, I'm not me or you, but when I refer to us, it's like a humankind, speaking generally.
What's the question?
Yeah, like again, it's what drives people to follow this healing in the name of God for some purpose that probably they don't understand. You know, like the Crusades, for example. Like what drove these people to
Money.
actually believe?
Money,
Yeah,
greed, and power. The Pope said that God said to do it. All kinds of different reasons. But
yeah, but
Amelio, I'm looking for people who actually disagree with me. That's kind of the point of the live stream.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I love your show, and I just have all these questions about the religion and stuff, and I was looking for what drives us or
I'll be
people
doing
to
a
follow.
Q&A on the 19th. Come by on the Q&A night and we'll chat.
All right, cool. Sounds fine, and thank you for taking my call.
Sure thing.
And,
Cheers, man.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right. Well, that's something. I think that people like religion because it gives them power and authority that they wouldn't normally have. It makes them feel special. And typically, if a religion says, hey, I hate the same people you hate, like, oh, really? Tell me more about that, God. And then, you know, people love the idea of not dying. They love the idea of a God giving them an afterlife. I think there's a lot of religion is really built around trying to avoid, contemplating your own mortality, and that's why it's a young person's game. NZ Dude, good to see it. Says Doug in his pumice form walks on water. Praise Doug. Wait, let me ask you a question. Does pumice float? Now I actually need to know. I assume you're correct. Yeah, pumice floats on water. It's a volcanic rock. Oh yeah, so then yeah, it would be very bubbly and light and airy in the internal makeup of the stone itself. So yeah, pumice actually would float on water, which is just, I mean, what more information do you need about Doug to know that Doug is Lord? Doug is God. Doug walks on water. He's the grounding of all grounding. It just is obviously true. And the Hebrew Bible talks about God being a rock over and over again. It just seems like if you were reading the book, you would have already known that God was a rock, and that rock is named Doug. Doug's name spelled backwards says God. It's right there. What more could you all want? Now, I would say this about Doug. Now, I'm just the Messiah. Everyone knows I'm not God. I'm literally just a Messiah. But I will say this. The Hebrew Bible does have a God in it, and that God is absolutely a rock. In fact, where did the living water come out of in the book of Numbers when Moses tapped the rock? It came from a rock. Judges 6:21. More fire sprang out from a rock, because fires can spit out rocks. They're gods. So I mean, look at Judges 13:19. So Manoah took the kid with the grain offering and offered it on the rock to the Lord, to him who works wonders. Because obviously you're going to give an offering to God on a rock, because God is a rock. It's right there in the Hebrew Bible. What more do people need? More truth, y'all. More truth. Let's get DTX in here. How you doing, DTX?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. I just have one question. What's your opinion on Jesus mythicism? I just recently discovered that type of topic.
I'm not a mythicist. I don't have anything bad to say about people who are. I think it's a definitely a position you can get to without being intellectually dishonest. That being said, I just don't happen to be one. I think the best way to explain the evidence that we have is that there was some guy named Jesus, or a name close to Jesus, but I bet Jesus, who was a preacher in this time period that probably taught that he was the Messiah, probably taught that he was going to be dying and resurrecting. And so, so we got this Jesus guy that made itself into history, into the source text. And it just so happens, though, that I agree with the mythicists on one thing. The thing that I agree with them on is the story that we have about Jesus. I have no reason to believe that story is true. That story is obviously, most of it's false.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that. I really appreciate you letting me on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Cheers, man. Mythicism would be a cool position if you could adequately demonstrate that mythicism is the best view to hold, because it does kind of do something. It does something really interesting to the Christian position, because the Christian position rests on a lot of things. One of those things is that Jesus was from the line of David, that he was a real human being, that that he fulfilled prophecies. And if you can demonstrate, no, he actually didn't exist at all, well, Christianity is just dead in the water. I would say too, as well, like if you're really into atheism, like you could obviously just disprove Christianity by proving that there couldn't be a God. Now, before I take our next guest, we had a couple super chats come in, and for some reason, my social stream ninja did not grab them. I saw them come in on the chat, but I had to reset my social stream ninja. So what that means is I can see and I can read your super chats, but I won't be able to show a couple of them on screen. All the super chats that are sent from now and the rest of the stream, I'll be able to display on stream. And this is only for the horizontal stream for some reason. I had to restart it. So we should be good moving forward. But the super chats, the first one is from Helping Mega Deconstruct, says, spring barbecues are my favorite. Where are all the zombies at today? Sinfully Wet for Sharon, Rock Hard for Doug, and Horrors for Life. Well, thank you, Helping Make a Deconstruct. I really appreciate that. And the hordes will be pouring in. They'll be in here shortly, friend. And from Lily Pip, thank you for the $5 super chat, friends. Lily says, playing Project Zombioid on Zombie Day. Hope you're having a great weekend. Well, thank you. I really, really appreciate that, Lily. And Space Lord of 75 is with us today as well. Space Lord says, if Yahweh... Oh, I got to change my screen here. Hold on. If Yahweh really loved the Israelites, he'd let them eat challah bread for Passover. Sad. Listen, the fact that Yahweh is so touchy over this yeast situation, I can only assume he's got really bad allergies. I could be wrong. It seems to be the case. And Flosscow, good to see you tonight, friend. Flosscow says, I give my heart over to Justin the Messiah. Praise Doug and Sharon. Gay for Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Hail the Messiah. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that, Flosscow. And Shane says he's risen. Rizzin. Really appreciate that. I do like the outfit is quite becoming to probably anyone who would put this thing on, I would imagine. Herbie Shine, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says, is there something a little different about your look today? New haircut? You haven't shaved the beard off. What is it? Well, I think what you're detecting, Herbie, my friend, is the aura. You're detecting the aura. And that's okay. That's the point here. And Dr. Pizza says, the Easter Bunny is just Jesus's persona. That is actually... I think someone mentioned that the other day, and it was funny then, and it's still funny now. Jesus' persona as the Easter Bunny is actually pretty wild. And also, Ampersand, thank you for the $5 New Zealand chat, says, hey, Ems, do you have a YouTube channel?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm asked this monthly, but not yet, no. But soon, and if I do, I think me and Justin will do a live stream for it, right?
Oh, hell yeah, we will. Damn. That's for sure going to be a thing that's happening. And also, from Singer Soul, Singer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, here's some money to shit on these religious nerds. It's also funny how in Matthew, a legion of Jewish zombies rose from their graves after Jesus died and no one wrote about that. Like, seriously? Yeah, I've been making that same point, Singer, for a long time. To me, it's preposterous. It's laughable to think that Matthew 27 was legit, that there was a whole slew of zombies that rose up out of the ground. And we're just like walking around the city and nobody was like, hey, we gotta write this shit down. This is like really important. And like, what are we doing? Like, really? That's what we think actually happened? No, that's ridiculous. All right, give me 1 second, friends. I gotta completely shut down Social Stream Ninja real quick and restart it. I reactivated it to pick up the super chats and the chats from my DZ Debates channel, and it didn't grab them. So I'm just going to restart the software real quick and then reinitiate my chats. Bada bing, we got that. And then do the same for DZ Debates. Got that. And hopefully that should have resolved it. We'll give that a second to catch up and make sure. Do me a favor, if you're on horizontal stream, send a super chat that says horizontal, and let me make sure I get it in my chat window. Just want to make sure the software is actually catching it right now. And then while I'm waiting on that, Singer Soul with the additional super chat. Thank you, Singer. says, can you also use this money to get one of the Richard Carrier books looking into mythicism? He also doesn't dogmatically hold that Jesus didn't exist. I think he says it's 1/3 chance that he did exist. So I'm actually pretty amenable to that type of a position. I could be convinced of mythicism. What I always agree with, though, is what we're told about Jesus obviously isn't true. That's some utter nonsense. So it looks like we've got the chats coming in from the horizontal stream, and we've got the super chats coming in from the horizontal stream now. So we should be good and ready to rock. Jim, our last one that missed a stream, says, Jim and Ahems, y'all are dynamite duo. I appreciate that now that my name is Jim and Ems. And that if you didn't see the impromptu stream from yesterday, you'll have to go see it. Shane with the whores, I really appreciate that, friend. And another one from the horizontal, Big W, Bacon and Bush. And also Holy Gore, Whores for Life, good to see you. And Floss Cow as well. Thank you so much for helping me make sure that was debugged appropriately. And Amir's, thank you for the super chat, says, yo, Justin, you look like the real thing. I got a few things I need help with. So do you grant wishes or prayers? What? Wink, wink, prayer can I get answered for 10? I will say this. In regards to what you're referring to, I do have a pay-for-play only foots account with Cyber Deconstruction. So that is something to look into. I'll be publishing some information on that here in the near future. So keep a lookout for that. With that, I'm gonna bring in our friend Dugald, and then also bring in our next piece of opposition, and hopefully we'll be able to get some robust debate going. How are you doing, Dugald?
Hey, friend. How are you?
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better.
Good.
Are you coming to chill out with us?
I can, but I also had a theory that I hadn't shared with you. I thought you'd think would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Why there is divine hiddenness?
Sure.
God has created Himself out of everything. He has a slight iron allergy, right?
Mm.
Well, iron covers the planet. It's in our blood. It comes from stars and suns. It's quite literally everywhere. He's too allergic. He made it so he cannot interact with the world.
So lack of foresight. He made the world and then realized, oh no, I have an allergy to iron. So
And
in
now I
order,
can't touch anything.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's why he's sending all of the bad people he doesn't like under the crust of the earth, closer to the iron core.
Yeah, he's basically planned it so that he can no longer be around anything because he's allergic to everything.
Makes perfect sense. Listen, I couldn't have come up with a better explanation myself. I mean, must be true.
To me, that
love it.
makes the most sense. You can't build anything of iron. You can't be around iron. You can't use iron. He was scared of iron chariots. I mean,
I know. Yeah. I mean, the
makes
guy.
sense to me.
The guy just can't. He would be a piss poor blacksmith. I know that much.
Yes, he would.
Which reminds me that
him being a Bronze Age god and not an Iron Age god,
Yeah, that makes sense of the Midianite hypothesis. The Midianite hypothesis is that he started out as a god that was associated with copper smelting in the region of Midian. He was specifically trying to make sure iron didn't happen.
See you all. You heard it here first. I cracked the code. We got it. We figured it out. He's gone. He can't do it.
We got it figured out. Thank you for that. We do also have some opposition up here. The Loop of Sound. How you doing, Loop?
Well, why do you feel I'm opposing your performative, your stance, your performance?
I mean,
are you saying
the background says prove me wrong. Well, not all the backgrounds say prove me wrong. The vertical background says prove me wrong.
I'm only here to see the performative male in his natural habitat.
Oh, you got it. Well, you're looking at it right now.
I want to see if the things about a performative male are typically, if you have those characteristics. We've been going to these lives judging human conditions.
But technically, just
what it is that they're showing us. So you're the typical performative male that I wish to observe, to see how
Yeah,
it is
sure,
you
but
go about doing
Justin
what it
being
is
the
you're doing.
Messiah, he's born
Or
from a
so
virgin, so
why
he doesn't
too?
have a
Have us
father, so he's not a
imagine, why
male.
is it that he's performing in this way?
I'm
What's
telling
where
you, he's not a male because he's born from a virgin, so he only has X chromosomes.
Yeah, so I need to make sure I understand what's happening. So Guest is using
He's a
the
troll.
phrase performative male, and this is not a word or a phrase that I'm actually familiar with. Do y'all know what it means
It means
to be
it's
a
a
performative
guy.
male?
It means it's a guy who's putting on a performance for female gaze.
For female
yeah, there
base.
you go.
I don't know if
Gaze.
you've female gaze. I don't know if you've like
Gay for
let's watch this
Justin. What
guy's
do you
audio.
mean?
So I don't know if you
Yeah,
know this, but my audience is 88% male. Do you think that women are tuning into my channel?
the performance, it's difficult to respond if I'm muted though.
Sorry, I'm so used
You
to
don't
muting
realize that's
people that are talking stupid. I got carried away.
Yeah, I realize that's part of your performance. So it doesn't necessarily frustrate me. I join these lives expecting it to happen. So
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
part of
if
the
I was you,
performance.
I'd expect it to happen too. I bet you're like one of those
Why
guys
would
that
you want to be me
is
though?
like super annoying and insufferable.
Yeah, this is how it goes. You are.
Yeah, you're right.
donning
It is how it goes. Yeah. I bet everywhere
Yeah.
you go, people try
part
to
of the
mute you
condescension, the performative
because you're like an
would apply
absolute asshole.
condescension.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah,
cry
and,
about
yeah.
it. You come around and you accuse people of things, and then you talk bad about them, and then you try to talk over them. And when they insult you back, you cry. You cry like a little bitch. That's what happens.
I'm not passing a performative male. I'm just
Okay. Well, he's right about one thing. Everywhere he goes, this is what happens to him. I can guarantee that. With money, I would pay money to guarantee to bet that people don't like listening or interacting with that individual.
Imagine saying,
What was the point?
I'm so insufferable that everywhere I go, people tell me I'm insufferable and I predict it happening.
It's a crazy thing to admit live during one of these streams that nobody likes to interact with you and you get muted everywhere you go. They're pretty wild. In fact, let me grab I was going to get my demographics. So my latest demographics, my live stream is 88.6 male viewership and 10.7% female. So if I was doing this for the female gaze, I guess it wasn't working. It sounds like this is the guy who's upset that the female gaze isn't attracted to him. Am I pegging that one correctly?
I mean, there's a reason we say gay for Justin. So
Right. That's what I said. I said, hello, gay for Justin.
Yeah. These people are wild. That was, of all the people I've ever talked to on this channel, that guy gave me more incel vibes of maybe anyone that I've ever heard. That dude has got problems. Although it's weird that somebody of his age is still living with like incel insecurities. You got to get over that shit eventually. Okay. Well, I think Void was next. And then after that is probably going to be Riley. And we'll get him up in here and get some debate going. I mean, probably some debate. Who knows? Well, Void from TikTok was aptly named as they're no longer here. So we'll move right on from Void to the next person in line that looks like they're ready and is actually possibly opposition. Let's grab Riley. Welcome in, Riley. Are you at least 18? And who is your Messiah? Doing well, but you're a little quiet. Give me a second. I'm going to have to adjust your audio settings. Are you using an iPad right now?
I am, yeah.
Okay. It sounds pretty good right now. I just adjusted your volume a little bit. So, you said you're at least 18, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And who do you think is the Messiah?
Well, I don't know about the Messiah, but I'm just curious where you think Jesus stands in all of this.
Oh, he's dead. He doesn't stand at all.
Well, that's for sure. But I'm just curious. I mean, we have eyewitness testimonies that he's done some incredible things before.
Like what?
So do you think that at least 2 of the 4 gospels could be eyewitness testimonies?
No, but even if they were, why would that matter to me? Do you think that eyewitness testimonies are always true?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. You know, there are eyewitness testimonies of all kinds of miracles from the ancient world. There are at least 300 eyewitness testimonies of the god Asclepius healing people at the Asclepii healing centers.
Are they corroborated with each other?
I don't know what you mean by corroborated. So the way that this worked is there was a priest, actually a series of priests, that would collect the healing stories of people who came to the Asclepii, and then eventually they would be etched into stone on a monument. So there's a really cool stone. It's actually on display at one of the museums. I forget which one. I can find it if it's actually important. And in it, there is a whole slew of actual witnessed miracles.
And have they been witnessed by multiple people at the same time?
I have no idea. That didn't seem to be important to the author, but there are other witnesses, like many witnesses to miracles. Like in the writings of Tacitus and Suetonius, they tell a story about Emperor Vespasian healing a blind man and healing another man who had a lame leg by using the power of Serapis.
Okay, so I'm just curious how you think Christianity got started if Jesus was a complete hoax, or if that's what you think at all.
I didn't think he was a complete hoax. I'm not a mythicist. I think Jesus was a fraud. I think he was deeply mentally unstable. I think he thought that he was the Messiah. He probably went into the Hebrew Bible using bad exegetical practices and came up with this idea that the Messiah needs to suffer and die and resurrect, which isn't really in there. But if you read it wrong enough, you can get to some kind of weird conclusions like that. And then he got himself killed, and then that was the end of the story. The reason why people believe he resurrected, I think, is pretty simple. I think it was a combination of somebody having a grief vision and or an imposter. Both were very popular. Actually, grief visions are still very popular. Like something like 25% of people have grief visions after the death of a loved one.
The post-bereavement vision.
Yeah, but that I don't think is my particular theory. I think it's possible. I think my particular theory holds water better, which is that somebody who looks like Jesus just pretended to be Jesus, and the Bible even tells you that that was going to happen. In Mark chapter 13, during the Olivet Discourse, Jesus literally tells you that imposters will come in his name declaring that I am he, which seems like this is something the author of the Gospel of Mark would say to get out in front of the imposters.
And there's also that verse at the end where someone looking like Jesus comes after his death, right? I don't know if that's in John, but he appears to the women.
So he does appear to Mary Magdalene in John 20, and Mary Magdalene thinks that he's the gardener. So Mary Magdalene doesn't even recognize him.
She can't even tell it's Jesus. Yeah, or she can't even tell.
Why would that be a thing? If you had a rabbi that you followed for 3 years that you intimately knew, and then they resurrected, what about them resurrecting would cause you to not recognize them?
Yeah, that's pretty odd. So just to get this clear, it seems like from your perspective, what likely happened, not for sure, but what likely happened is that Jesus died. I don't know what you think happened, if there was even a tomb, if he got some sort of what his grave looked like. But eventually he died, and then someone who looked like him just pretended to be him. Is that correct?
That's my thought, and I don't think it takes much to convince 1 or 2 people that you're still alive. We've got a number of people in history that this happened with. For example, Zalmoxis left for 3 years. Before he left, he told people that he was going to die and resurrect, and then 3 years later, he reappeared after faking his death, and a slew of people believed him. It didn't take much. Nero had probably a dozen or so imposters, but there was 6 of them that we know that were named from history. And the last one of them was so persuasive because he looked a lot like Nero. He could play the harp. Nero was really famous for going to the Parthian regions and playing the harp and stuff with them. And so he actually went to the Parthians and convinced the Parthians that he was a resurrected Nero, and they even made preparations to go to war against Rome, thinking they were going to march into town and put Nero back on the throne. And this idea that, imposters were going to be a problem seems to made it a little bit into some of the Roman legal code that was laid down to prevent people from doing some messing around with people's tombs.
Okay. Yeah, for sure, because there's obviously grave robbers were a real thing back then and still are today.
Right.
And that's pretty important theologically, why they were placing these big stones that required multiple people to roll away. And it'd be pretty interesting if Jesus, after also being put to death, would get special treatment to be put in a large burial, like his own tomb, as opposed to the mass graves that were probably more accustomed to in that time. But so I'm just kind of curious how you think this happened. So like one or two people had not just a post-bereavement vision, they just started seeing someone that looked like Jesus, and then that guy just kind of pretended to be Jesus.
So I don't know if anyone had a post-bereavement hallucination. Not that they couldn't have happened. It certainly could have happened. I personally think that there was an imposter that appeared to at least one or two of the disciples, maybe to even to Peter and John, some of the ones that were higher up on the food chain. And that was enough to convince them. And then they went and told the other disciples. I think that's the most compelling argument based on what we know happens in history. We have pretty good evidence that people pretend to be dead people. Like Aristeas is another one that was supposedly rose from the dead, and people saw him on many occasions by large groups of witnesses in the Proconnesus territories.
Well, that's interesting, because then you would also be able to explain, like, even if 500 people did see Jesus, then it would just be the fake Jesus, right? So that actually is pretty parsimonious as far as all the evidence goes, what you want to count as evidence.
Yeah, and
So
check out, give me a second to grab you the reference. I'm going to read you one or two quotes from the Greek and Roman historians in terms of this guy named Aristeas, who theoretically had risen from the dead. He died in a soap maker shop. They call it a fuller's shop in the old time language, but he died in a soap making shop, and then it was locked once the dead body was found. And then when the owner went to go get help and came back to the shop, it was still locked, but the body was gone. And then they report later that he had appeared to all kinds of people. And the earliest source is probably Herodotus. In Herodotus, book 9, he says, "What follows I know happened to the people of Metapontion in Italy 240 years after the disappearance of Aristeas, as I found by putting together the evidence at Proconnesus and Metapontion. The people of Metapontion say that Aristeas himself appeared in their land and bade them to set up an altar of Apollo and place by its side a statue bearing the name of Aristeas of Proconnesus." And the other historians say roughly the same thing. He died in this fuller's shop, and guess what? He kept reappearing for hundreds of years to the people of Metapontion and Proconnesus, so much so that they deified him and set up a statue next to Apollo.
Wow. Yeah, I know there's a lot of interesting scenarios, not just even ancient scenarios where people have these sorts of visions of people or just see dead people, right? Like there was a guy named Satya Sai Baba in India who thousands of people showed up to his funeral. Millions of people went to his birthday, and they would report that he could make like gold chains appear out of the air, and that was pretty interesting. And
yeah, what was his name again? I think Ems mentioned him
Satya
once.
Sai Baba. Oh, did he have a different name?
No, I don't know if he had a different name. I just forgot what his name was, and I couldn't remember. It's been a long time since I've heard the name, and I think the last time I heard about it was when Ems and I were on a live stream. But nevertheless, yeah, what I agree. Yeah, there are a lot of people that do these types of faith healings. Like, you've probably heard of John of God. He was another somewhat recent one of these faith healers, kind of out east. And they're pretty abundant.
Yeah, I also just got done reading a book by this guy named Dale Allison, and at the end There he talks about how there's similar evidence in other religions, like in Buddhism, there's something called the rainbow body, and there's a lot of reports cross culturally of after like very very venerated monks die, they sort of shrivel away, and like all that's left, sometimes their hair is left, sometimes it's their fingernails, and then sometimes it's like nothing at all, and then they appear later in like a rainbow body. So I know it's pretty ubiquitous even like in today's age, right? And then post bereavement visions happen to widows like it's 60%.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's not
high.
unlikely to it's insane, yeah, to see dead people. But so I'm just curious, how many people do you think like died or were willing to die or suffered for preaching about Jesus after his death, as far as his
So
apostles go?
I'm gonna say probably at least 2 of them. So it seems like both of the Jameses were killed.
Son of
One,
Zebedee.
yeah, James the son of Zebedee and James the supposed brother. One's recorded in the Bible and one is recorded in Josephus, unless they got their Jameses confused. And then it's probable, I think, that maybe Peter was killed. We don't really know much about how he was killed, just that he was killed. Outside of those, I think it's very difficult to say much. I do know Clement. I can get you the reference. I know Clement mentions the death of at least one of the apostles. But give me a second to grab that for you. In First Clement, let's see, where did I have that saved? Yeah, in First Clement, it talks about the death of Peter and Paul. That's so we don't have a whole lot to go off of here.
Right. And well, unless you count like the 300 years later when church was transmitting like how the apostles died, contradicting ways, but right, like being boiled alive and all this and that. But okay, so you think that like maybe 4 of the apostles died for what they were teaching, essentially?
Kind of yes and no. I don't know if they ever had the ability to recant. It's possible that it was more of a Waco situation where they were believers, and what they believe caught the ire of the government, and the government just came in and took them out. I'm not really convinced that like the government rounded them up and gave them a chance to recant, and they're like, no, kill us, we'll die for Jesus. Not really sure that seems to be the case. It sounds like the Roman government was just trying to stamp out some fires, and when somebody got in their way, they just rounded them up and murdered them.
Yeah, I've heard they were also possibly a scapegoat for the Trojan War, if I remember correctly.
Well, the fire, there was a fire that broke out that Nero blamed on the Christians.
Right, Nero, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, all that needs to be accounted for are possibly a few people dying for Jesus, for preaching for Jesus, although they might have not even have been able to recant, and thus like they were just killed, and we don't know what would have happened in like an antecedent circumstance had they been given the opportunity to recant. Right. So you would say it's not very convincing evidence that they died for their beliefs. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think that's very convincing. We find the same thing in early Islam. There were martyrs right from the very beginning in Islam. There were martyrs right at the beginning in Mormonism. There seems to always be people that are ready and willing to die for their faith. I don't think it really proves the validity of the thing that they're dying for. It just proves the validity of their belief, or it proves that they firmly believe something.
Right. I think the reason that Christians typically appeal to the idea that the apostles died for their belief is because it would be much harder to accuse them of just being like, hey, they had like one quick post bereavement vision, and now they're like, they're preaching all these years later and they're willing to die for it. And I think that's why they're always so adamant about the idea that all of them died for their for preaching and were martyred, and it was in really awful ways.
Well, we don't really know how all of them died. There were some Christians. To be sure, I think the Christians that got the worst punishments weren't the disciples. If you look at what was happening after the disciples are already kind of out of the picture, like the Diocletian persecution and some of the others, they were really rough on the Christians. And those weren't Christians that had ever met the disciples or Jesus. We're already disconnected there. So people are pretty flippant, especially in the ancient world with their lives. They were pretty ready to give it up, especially if you thought you were going to get something in return. Like martyrdom as to like a pathway to get something great was a pretty well-worn trope in the ancient world.
Right. Okay, so what about the idea? I've heard people say that like it was in ancient Rome was particularly frowned upon to be a Christian, and like you were persecuted. I don't know, to what degree that's true, but if that is the case, why is it that Christianity spread so rapidly, if it did at all?
Well, it doesn't seem like it did spread rapidly. It looks like it had right at the beginning. There was like a little burst of converts initially, and then it seemed to have died off until Constantine. In fact, if you read the disputation between Celsus and Origen, Celsus actually addresses this. Or sorry, Origen addresses this in his book. So he writes at one point that the church is actually very, very tiny and small. It's a tiny fraction of the Jewish community. And that seems to be true within the time frame of Origen. It didn't seem to have really grown until closer to the time of Constantine. And certainly once you make it like an official state religion, it's going to grow really fast. And then once you make it a mandatory religion, it's going to grow really fast.
So you're saying prior to Constantine's conversion, it was actually growing very slow, with the exception of at its very conception when they were preaching a bunch, or I don't know what was happening.
Yeah, and it's hard to say at what rate it was growing. All we know is that by the end of the 2nd century, beginning of the 3rd century, the sources that we have seem to suggest that it's a very minor number of people. In fact, even the Romans that wrote about dealings within Palestine, it's like Christians almost didn't even exist to them. Like they were such a negligible group, they weren't worth mentioning half the time.
Okay. So, and I just have a few more questions. One of them is like, how do you view the conversion of Saul? Do you think he was really persecuting Christians as vehemently as the Bible claims in certain aspects? I mean, surely, like, he kind of claims it himself in the epistles, right? Or
So I think there probably was a guy named Paul, and I think Paul was stricken with grief. I think Paul fell off his horse, had a near-death experience, like many people get, and was so overcome with grief that his near-death experience, kind of manifested in this particular method that caused him to question what he was doing. Now, as to whether or not he did all the things that he said, I find that doubtful because I keep catching Paul in lots of lies, and he can't quote the Hebrew Bible correctly. And it's not clear either that his letters are entirely from Paul. Like 1 Corinthians chapter 14, there's a section that we know was tampered with, and we've got other writings from Paul, like to Timothy, that we know didn't come from Paul. But of
said,
Paul's,
like, they're gonna come from other people. Like, be wary of faulty letters or whatever, right?
But of Paul's like authentic material, I'm not convinced that he's always telling the truth. Like he calls himself a Hebrew of Hebrews and says he was a Pharisee, but like the dude couldn't read Hebrew, and that was pretty evident by looking at his writings and what he says about the Hebrew Bible. So like, I don't know, to call yourself a Hebrew of Hebrews and a real Pharisee and then only quote the Greek Septuagint and quote that incorrectly and also the parts that disagree with the Hebrew Bible, to me, that's suspicious. And then, like, the writings of the Sanhedrin were pretty thorough. There's no Paul in there or Saul in there that was, like, charged to round up Christians. But he says in the book of Acts, well, Luke says for him in the book of Acts, that he had papers from the Sanhedrin to, like, go out and round up these people. But, like, there's no evidence from the writings of the Sanhedrin that they were rounding up these and persecuting these Christians. The Sanhedrin talks about the death of Jesus in 43a. They talk about how they basically gave him a 40-day trial. Nobody could come up with evidence or a testimony that would clear his guilt. And then they stoned him and hung him up on a pole.
Okay. So ultimately, it's possible, from what I'm hearing, it's possible that Paul might not have been as anti-Christian as the New Testament says. and for that reason, his conversion can be considered dubious. And then on top of that,
No, I don't think his conversion's dubious. I just think maybe he embellished how severe he was punishing people, which you could do. You know, sometimes when you've acted improperly towards somebody and you look back at it later, it feels a lot worse than what it was. And but also, you know, it's hard to know because like Paul doesn't go into great detail in his letters about what he was doing to the Christians. That seems more or less to be something that the book of Acts is trying to paint. So that's a difficult one to know exactly what he was doing, but he was, you know, breathing murderous threats at one point, according to the author. But I would say this, let's imagine, just do a thought experiment. Let's imagine for a second that Jesus did rise from the dead. Let's just say, you know what? Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not Christian, but I think Jesus rose from the dead. I actually don't see how this gets you to Jesus being the Messiah, because in Deuteronomy 13, God says he's going to send false prophets, and they're going to do signs. They're going to do things that are going to be very convincing, and they're going to lead people astray. In fact, I'll read it. It says, if prophets are those who divine by dreams appear among you, and you show them, or they show you omens or portents, and the omens and portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them. You must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul. The Lord God, you shall follow him alone. You shall fear his commandments, you shall keep. His voice you shall obey, and him you shall serve, and to him you shall hold fast. And so if this Jesus fella came along, who like supposedly got rid of the law of Moses, and you know, and the New Testament says that every knee will bow to the name of Jesus, but the Old Testament says every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh. It sounds to me like this guy is probably just one of these false prophets that God sent to test his people.
Okay, yeah. So you don't think? I mean, I've heard a lot of Christians say that he fulfilled an abundant number of prophecies. That's
Like
not
what?
true.
Oh, zero prophecies actually.
Zero.
Yeah. But
I mean,
I will make you a deal though.
Oh, give me a deal here.
I will Venmo you $100 for every messianic prophecy you can show me he fulfilled.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm either going to be very rich or still broke. So, I mean, I don't know a lot off the top of my head. I'm Micah 5:2, right? That's like something about David. I don't remember.
Almost. We could read Micah 5:2, and you can tell me if you think that this was
from days of old, as it is. But
yeah.
Let's see. But
So
something about him being born in Bethlehem of Ephrathah.
Yep. So what we've got in Micah is what is traditionally, even the Jews hold that traditionally it seems like a messianic prophecy. And to be fair, I actually I'm inclined to agree with the Jewish people and the Christians on this particular one. I think this one might actually be at least vaguely messianic, but nevertheless. It says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is the rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, this person sounds like someone who's coming from the line of David. That's what it means when it says Bethlehem of Ephrathah. Bethlehem and Ephrathah were the ancient ancestors and lineage that gave rise to the clans that King David came from. That's why it says the clans of Judah. Well, these are the clans here. So they're saying there's a ruler that's going to come from the clans of David, maybe even born in Bethlehem, who's going to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, meaning the ancient lineage. So I don't see how this could be about Jesus, because Jesus never ruled in Israel and he wasn't from the line of David.
Okay, so he wasn't from the line of David?
Yep.
Well, that's pretty surprising to hear. I didn't know that. I've always been told that he was. I don't really know where that came from or why, but it just seems like what everyone has been telling me, you know?
I can show you why there's confusion, because if you read the lineage in Matthew and also in Luke, they do give a lineage for Joseph. right? It says at the end of the lineage in Matthew that Mathan was the father of Jacob, and Jacob was the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary. But Joseph wasn't the dad of Jesus, so this lineage is kind of irrelevant. And then the same we find in Luke. If you go to Luke 3:23, what you'll find is that it also goes to Joseph, right? It says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was a son, as was thought, of Joseph, who was the son of Heli, the son of Mathat, son of Levi. So neither one of these actually end in Jesus. They just both go right to Joseph. And if Joseph wasn't the dad of Jesus, then the lineage, it doesn't really work out. 2 Samuel 7:12 and 13, God says that the Messianic reign is going to be given to somebody from the actual physical body of David.
So
You'll hear some people try to tell you it's from Mary as well, but the lineage of Mary doesn't work either because they didn't track lineage that way.
Right.
And even if they did, she would have been a line of Jeconiah, which is a cursed line anyway.
Yeah, we should talk about Jeconiah next.
So from neither side is Jesus from the line of David.
Right, neither side. And the problem that you have is like the kings were supposed to be of divine succession, meaning from the actual physical loins of David. That's why it said in 2 Samuel, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom, and he shall build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. So I would interpret this to mean that God is using the loins of David to birth the Messianic line. That's why the Messianic prophecies like Isaiah 11 and Jeremiah 33 says that there's going to be a branch from David, so an outgrowth from David to be the Messiah, meaning his lineage.
Okay, so just to be clear, I mean, so Jesus never came from David. Genetically speaking, he's not related to him any more than anyone else. And then on top of that, so he didn't fulfill Micah 5:2 because he never ruled in Israel as a king.
He never ruled in Israel as a king, and he wasn't even from the line of David.
So he didn't get, but he was born in Bethlehem. So I feel like I should get a third of that 100 there.
Well, it's not quite the way it works. Like if a prophecy has like 5 points and one of them comes true, you don't get to claim the prophecy.
Oh, well, that sucks for me.
I understand though why you would want that part.
Yeah.
If that were true, then anyone born in Bethlehem would get 1/3 the prophecy fulfillment, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I just have a few more questions left then from how you think about Jesus. Do you think he actually thought he was God, or do you think that was like a later theological development?
Good question. I don't think Jesus thought he was God at all. In fact, if he was a good Jew, and he sounds like he was based on the reading of the text, if he was a good Jew, I don't think he would have ever claimed that. I think this is something that the people who took up Christianity after he died, mostly Greeks and Romans, I think they were perfectly happy to accept another deity. They were adding deities to their pantheon all the time. It wasn't until later that they started to develop doctrine that they're like, oh shoot, the Jews only believe in one God, and Jesus we already believe is God. Now we got to fix this problem.
Okay, so what do you think of him like forgiving sins? I mean, I know that's in John, right? But forgiving sins and being like, ego eimi or whatever, that's not particularly compelling.
So that's a fair question. I don't think the forgiveness of sins matters all that much. In fact, at the end of the Gospel of Matthew, he gives his disciples the ability to forgive sins. Yeah.
Exactly.
And also, John was baptizing for the remission of sins, it says. So it seems like this idea that you could sin, it might be like a type of authority that God could grant to individuals without those persons being God.
Okay. So you don't think that he ever claimed to be God?
So I'm not entirely sure if he claimed to be God. I'm of the opinion that there were some people, at least how the Gospels are depicted, there were some people who thought he was God, at least according to the Gospel of John. The passage that you referenced where in Greek he says ego eimi, which means I am, that I think is the clearest reference in all of the Gospels that you could use for Jesus suggesting that he might be God. I think the other one is in Matthew 27. But To be fair to both sides, there's two ways to read the ego eimi passage. It could mean that he's just talking about having a divine status, because there were other figures in Judaism at that time that already existed prior to Abraham and would have been considered, semi-divine or eternal. So Melchizedek is one of them. That's why the book of Hebrews is trying to make Jesus a manifestation of Melchizedek. And Melchizedek is this really interesting figure that seems to have lived eternally and forever. And he's basically an archangel, and he manifests on the earth at different time periods. The whole birth narrative of Melchizedek is told in 2nd Enoch. But that's why he's so prominent in the book of Hebrews, because the book of Hebrews is like, okay, it doesn't necessarily say that he is Yahweh, but they're like, he is divine, he is special. Oh, he's a manifestation of Melchizedek. So I think there's a possibility to read that as Jesus suggesting that he has an eternal existence, but not necessarily that he's identical with Yahweh. Nevertheless, there's obviously a good case to be made that when he said that, he was identifying himself with Yahweh. And so I do believe of all 4 gospels, if one gospel has Jesus claiming to be God, it would be the Gospel of John, but not the other 3.
Right, which is also the latest of the 4 gospels, right?
Yeah, that would be the last one written. The theology had already developed at that point, and so they were wrestling with the divine status of Jesus by then. But a good Jew would not have accepted that Jesus is God. A good Jew would have been kind of disgusted at the idea that God would have come down and died on a cross, which is why Paul obviously said that the cross is foolishness to them.
Okay, wow. So Jesus might or might not have ever claimed it, but if he did, it wasn't very clear, and he wouldn't be a good Jew. And also, the only time it was very evidently claimed was in the latest, most theologically developed gospel.
Right, yeah. If it was that critical, I think you would have expected to see it come up in one of the earlier gospels. But also check this out, because like when it talks about these messianic figures in the Hebrew Bible, it's clear that these messianic figures are not God. So it says here in Micah 5, I still had it up, in Micah 5, when it says what this person is going to do, it says, he shall stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord. Now, the Lord here is just Yahweh. They mask it in English to protect the divine name. Says, so he's going to feed his flock in the strength of Yahweh and the majesty of the name of Yahweh his God. So whoever this individual is, he has a God, and that God is Yahweh. Now, what that would mean is that Jesus simply couldn't be God. He could be another God, like a lesser God, and still have a God above him, but he can't be identical to God and then also have a God.
Right, so the Trinity definitely wouldn't work, or
Yeah.
or we could have two gods, but it just they would just have to have some kind of relation that isn't being identical.
I think so. And it's also true, like, so if you look at the messianic passages, here's one from Ezekiel. It just seems pretty clear that the Messiah is supposed to do like very human stuff, but like with the power of God. My servant David will be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my statutes and ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, and they and their children and their children's children will live there forever. My servant David will be their prince forever. And that's what I would expect. This messianic figure is going to be a king. He's going to rule over the people. And then look what it says in the same passage. I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will bless them and multiply them and set my sanctuary among them forevermore. My dwelling place shall be over them. I will be their God, and they will be my people. Nowhere in this passage, when God comes to earth, does he identify himself with this king. The king's a separate entity.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting that Christians have managed to miss so much of this. I think maybe it's just because they feel like Jesus is their savior, right? So it's always like, let's just reinterpret it and be like, hey, this is like a spiritual kingdom, or it's like sort of a spiritual reawakening and stuff.
Yes, you nailed it. Yeah. Do me a favor when you get time. You can get it for free. It's PDF on archive.org. Download the writings of Porphyry of Tyre. he's basically quoted a lot by Jerome, the early church, or one of the church fathers, not really that early. And one of his big complaints with the New Testament is that the only way to get Jesus to be the Messiah is if you go into the Hebrew Bible and basically allegorize the whole damn thing. Like, you can't take any of it seriously. And so his big complaint was like, this is not actually an authentic way of reading the text. If you did this with the writings of like Homer or somebody else, they would call you insane. So I agree with Porphyry of Tyre. You can't just go into a text that is purporting to be historical and literal most of the time, and then just allegorize everything so that Jesus shows up, but only as like a foreshadowing or a typology. And then not only that, but the guy that shows up literally contradicts the clear prophecies.
Yeah, like he never ruled. I mean, I don't really know a lot of the Messianic prophecies per se. Something in Isaiah, like Isaiah 52.
52 and 53 are popular.
Right, there's something about him being like the Prince of Peace or something like that. I don't really know.
It's Isaiah 9.
Oh, Isaiah 9. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just showing my ignorance here, but
it's okay. I mean, listen, not everyone knows these passages. One of the reasons why so many people leave Christianity is because they get familiar with the Hebrew Bible and they're like, oh yeah, this doesn't add up at all.
Yeah. Okay, so one last question for you. I know you're busy, so I guess this is just the last one. Just for personally, do you think Jesus was himself a post-apocalyptic prophet, or do you think that's something that the gospel writers kind of interpreted him as because of the like Hebrew or the Jewish tradition?
I actually think that it's a combination of both. I think that Jesus saw himself as an apocalyptic preacher, a preacher of the end times. There was a bunch of them at that regular time period for a period of about 300 years. Everybody was looking for the Messiah there, Messiah there, Messiah there. So I think it was just the time period. I think the Jews were finally thinking like, okay, because like, got to remember, so the prophecies in Daniel about Antiochus Epiphanes getting toppled, and then the institution of God being set up, they took that very seriously. They literally thought that this vision that they thought Daniel had was coming true. So imagine their shock when they're like, yes, finally, God's final kingdom has reached the earth. We overthrew Antiochus and the Greeks. And then, oh no, here comes the Romans. So now they're like, oh no, we thought the Messianic age was already here. And it turns out it's not. Well, don't worry. This is just a road bump. He's right around the corner. Don't worry. This is minor inconvenience. So I think people were pretty excited and hopeful for a Messiah to come. And the Jews wrote about it a lot in the Talmud, saying, we know it's close. We know it's coming. Here are the signs. And it just, it didn't come.
Right. And I know there's passages in, I think, Matthew saying like, this generation shall not pass away before like all these crazy signs, like something about the moon and like the sky turning blood red, or I don't quite remember all the details.
You got it. Matthew 24.
24?
Verses 29 to 32. 29 to 34.
There's also something, I think it's also at the end of Matthew. And I don't remember reading this, but I just was watching something where a guy was talking about it, and he was saying that pretty much a bunch of graves opened up after he was resurrected.
Matthew 27.
Then, like, yeah, also Matthew. He was like, and then all the like people were walking around like some kind of zombies or something. I don't really know how that would work, but
you think people would have noticed that, huh?
Yeah. Well, I've heard that also. That's like, you can't say that it didn't happen just because no one else wrote about it, because that's an argument from silence.
Well, yes and no. I understand the wanting to say that it's an argument from silence, but let me ask you a question. Let's imagine for a second that somebody said, hey, did you know, let's take a figure that existed like Julius Caesar or something. Did you know that Julius Caesar actually ascended into the clouds and a whole multitude of witnesses watched? And you're like, oh, really? He did that? What's the evidence he did that? And I'm like, well, I mean, somebody told me about it. They didn't write about it, but they told me about it. You might be incredulous enough to be like, listen, I get the claim, but like, that's a preposterous claim to believe unless there's some kind of evidence, right? So like, I think when it comes to claims, like the zombie apocalypse in Matthew 27, I think there's a little bit of burden to say, hey, listen, if what we know about history is true, that people write about these outlandish events typically, and they do, I'm not out of my mind to think that somebody would have mentioned such a large scale phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just heard that there was, I don't know, that there's some sort of apologetic counterpoint here where it's like there was a volcanic eruption in Pompeii and there's no records of it.
No,
right?
Pliny
And
wrote about it.
Who wrote about it?
Pliny.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. It was was it Pliny the Elder? Hold on. Which Pliny documented Pompeii? Pliny the Younger documented it from like firsthand witness.
Oh wow, so the counterpoint doesn't even work very well here, but
yeah.
That's pretty incredible. Man, dude, as soon as you start fact checking a lot of these things, it's just I don't know, it's all very dubious. It feels like everything is served to you on this sort of silver platter of like, oh, don't worry, everyone like died for their sins, Jesus died for your sins. Like a bunch of apostles died for it. We have all these first person accounts, and it turns out like it might be that none of the gospels are first person accounts, right? It might be that not, maybe one or two people died died for this cause. And then it's like, apparently he didn't do very, very much of what the Old Testament said he was supposed to do at all. So it's just kind of surprising, I guess.
Legends are like that. Think about the legends of King Arthur. But like we have no reason to believe, there's no good evidence that King Arthur was a real individual in history. It's just that, once you have a figure that people really like, or like Robin Hood is another one of those characters, it's really easy to take one of these well-liked characters and then just build onto the mythology, over the course of centuries.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate your time, Justin. And it's very enlightening talking to you. I watched you for a little bit before I hopped on, so that was really cool. Thank you so much for your time, dude.
Well, thanks for stopping by, bud, and best of luck on your journey. It sounds like you're a young man trying to figure some stuff out. I was in your shoes once, and we're all still learning. We're all still somewhere on the journey, so keep asking questions.
Thanks so much, man. Have a good one.
Cheers.
I was arguing the lineage. I was arguing the lineage the other day, and the person said, well, legally he was Joseph's son. As if that somehow makes a difference.
So, like, there is a case to be made that in the ancient world, you could have access to a throne via marriage. That's a real thing that happened. But when you look at the Hebrew Bible, is that what God promised? No, God didn't promise something through legal marriage. He promised through lineage. So you have to ask yourself, what does the Bible actually say? And Dugald, you know as well as I do, these people aren't actually reading the Bible. They have no idea what the Bible says about it. So
no, because this would have fell apart a long time ago if they did.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to grab a couple super chats, friends, and we're going to get our next guest in line. I'll remind people, if you're in the guest box, please make sure that you're opposition. We're trying to find people that are opposed to my position. MindWiz, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero. What would Christianity be if not for the crucifixion of Jesus? What say had Judas in these events? Justice for Judas? Rock Hard Drugs and Justin fucking Rock. No, Justin fucking Salt. JFS. What's JFS?
I have no idea.
The art. Wait, JFS? I don't know what that one. Anyways, that's a new one. We'll have to figure that one out.
Too many damn acronyms. I can't deal with it.
But in 1 Corinthians 15, remember, Paul says, let's see, if Christ is not raised, then we are to be pitied most among people, something along those lines. And I agree. Yeah. If in fact you're a Christian and you believe that Christ had not been raised, then your faith is in vain and you should be pitied among all mortals, because you all are believing in an afterlife that will not come to fruition. Space Lord, good to see you again. It says, a biggest problem you'd have as declaring as mythicists is that Christians might only want to talk about that. So even more annoying. I agree. You're right. That's all they would want to talk about. And to be fair, to the Christians, I think the best discussions to have with them are to meet them as close to their position as possible, so that you're asking them to take baby steps towards your position. And Dr. Sarah Guitar, thank you so much for the super chat. In the form of a syllogism, premise 1, an omniscient God infallibly knows every future human action. True. Premise 2, if an action is infallibly known, it cannot be otherwise. Yeah, I would say so. Conclusion, there is no action, therefore no human action is free. Well, see, that depends, right? And this is where it depends on what you believe about God. If God knew everything before he created and he still created it that way, then yeah, you have no free will. But if your God merely knows all things because it has like the ability to time travel, then it's different. Then it's not a matter of free will. Just knowing something doesn't mean that you lack the free will. Just knowing that you're going to do it just means that you have access to the information before it's going to happen, because you travel to the future. But if God only knows it because he knew it before he created you, then yeah, he created the world knowing that you were going to do the thing that you're going to do, and he could have created it any other way, and he chose to do it that way anyways. Everything at that point is completely deterministic. So I get what you're saying there. But also, I just added, by the way, friends, to the deconstruction cheat sheet. I'm going to do another one tomorrow. I just added a new tab near the end for free will. What just happened? Where'd all my tabs go? Hold on, I got it. Google Sheets, what are you doing to me? Why do we do this? Google Sheets. All right, there we go. Got it back. I got a tab. It's just called free will. And I put in a whole slew of Bible verses to get a better understanding of free will. I'm going to be adding more to it, like some references, perhaps some quotations from the Talmudic interpreters and whatnot. But yeah, free will is not really a thing that God cares all that much about. Sand sensibility, thank you for the super chat, says, do people not hear themselves when they admit they are they are the problem everywhere they go? Yeah, I know. It's wild that they know that they're the problem, but they're not going to fix it. With incredulity and disdain. Say it slower, buddy. Cognitive dissonance is a bitch. Rock hard for Doug and Justin Saya. I like that. Thank you, Sand Sensibility. Yeah. Listen, if you're used to getting muted and people disliking you everywhere you go, it's probably because you're like a dislikable person that people want to mute all the time. That's going to be my guess. And Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. That's super, super generous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And HP Lovecat's with us tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, the they died for their beliefs argument is so bad. Lots of people die for their beliefs, sometimes horrible beliefs. Doesn't make them true, thankfully. Rock hard for Doug and whores unite. Yeah, I'm with the HP Lovecats. I have no good reason to regard that argument as being helpful because it's just strictly not. I'm going to do one more super chat, and then we're going to get our next guest in here, which looks like it's going to be P. Mashiach. So we'll find out about that. This is another syllogism. Premise number 1, free will requires genuinely alternative possibilities. I could agree to that. Premise number 2, an omniscient or omnipotent God eliminates genuine alternatives. I don't know if that's the case. He only, he only knows what you're going to do because he can see the future. Therefore, free will requires the absence of God. I would say free will requires there to either be an absence of an all-knowing creator, or the creator and the person who's all-knowing are distinct. Maybe there's a creator that doesn't know the future, and maybe there is another God figure that does know the future, but that is not the creator. I don't think it's as clean. I don't think it's as easy as just saying that knowing the future eliminates your free will. It just means that you already know what the choices being made are going to be. In order to negate free will, it has to be somehow determined prior to you doing it, which was what you would get with a creator God that knew the future. So that's what I would say about that. But let's get P. Mashiach in here, and we'll get some dialogue going. How you doing, Mashiach? It's been a minute since we talked. Are you still with us? Hello? Mashiach? So I mean, I know who this is, but I've talked to him actually pretty recently, but I don't think they can hear what's happening right now. Last time he came in, his name was Pete, which is probably why it says.
Change.
Yeah, he went from Pete to P Mashiach. So I don't know, P Mashiach. I'm going to drop you since you're actually not present, and we're just going to have to. We'll get you back up here some other time. Oh, are you here?
Hello?
Yeah, welcome back.
Oh, there you go. All right, we got it.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. But first of all, I would just, before we get into this a little bit, I just would like to take your challenge on fulfilling a prophecy, and that would be Malachi 4, 5, and 6.
Malachi
Can you-
4? Oh, you don't want to do that.
What Elijah showed up on Jesus, so I mean,
No,
that's
he
what they
didn't.
said Elijah was supposed to return.
Oh, well, unfortunately, you didn't read the rest of the chapter. Look at what it says Elijah's going to do. It says, "See, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. He will turn the hearts of the parents to their children, and the hearts of children to their parents, so that I will not come and strike the land with a curse," which actually didn't happen. Whoever you think the Elijah was, he certainly did not turn the hearts of the children back to the parents and prevent God from coming and doing something horrible to the land.
Oh, I guess not then. I always thought, that's how they were trying to say Elijah returned.
Yeah,
So
fair
I
enough.
guess that's a fail. So we'll put down that as a fail.
You tried.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that I think that you can be the Mashiach.
Fuck yeah.
I think you can be the Mashiach, but you can be, especially if you are from the house of David. That's where you would have to come from. You would have to come from the house of David. So, I mean, in all it takes is to have ancestry of Jewish origin that's from the house of David. So, is that a possibility?
I'm from the spiritual line of David.
But you can be from the house of David.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I mean, it's a potential. I mean, you could have ancestors that are Jewish.
Uh-huh.
Do you think so or not?
I am, yeah.
All right. So if you have ancestry, or if you have potential ancestry, you're from the house of David. So now that you are a potential, like me, I am a potential Mashiach. If you are a potential Mashiach, then all we have to do is, or you have to do, is fulfill the rest of the prophecies, which is build the third temple.
Yeah. I'll do all that when I come back.
But right now you're a potential, but you cannot be the Messiah unless you build the third temple. So you are
I
not
know.
the Messiah.
I'm
Not
in the
yet.
running. I'm in the running. I'll fulfill the rest of them when I come back.
You are in the running. I'll
Okay.
give you that.
I
I
appreciate
will
that.
give you.
Thanks, man.
If you have ancestry that is Jewish,
Mhm.
and you can be potentially from the line of David,
Mhm.
that means you are a potential, or a potential Mashiach like myself.
Yeah, I
Now,
know.
another
So I
thing-
tell you what, we'll meet in person sometime. We'll ride donkeys together and do paper, rock, scissors for it.
Well, it's either you're going to be riding a donkey or coming in from a cloud.
I'll come on the clouds.
Yeah, you could, because so that could be an airplane, maybe. I mean, you can potentially still fulfill the prophecies,
Yeah, got lots of time left. I'm young.
but you cannot be the Messiah unless you build the third temple.
I mean,
All prophecy has to
I
be
can-
fulfilled.
I can be
before
the
we know.
I can be the Mashiach before fulfilling the prophecies. It's just that you're not justified in calling me the Mashiach until I do all the prophecies.
That's right. So you cannot say I am Mashiach.
So just gotta wait and find out.
But now with Jesus,
All right. Well, listen. I know
Hold
you're
on.
another. I know you're another Messiah, and you agree that Jesus is not the Messiah. So, unfortunately, I got to go and get somebody on here who does
What
think
about
that
the
Jesus
resurrection?
is the
What about?
Messiah. There's no resurrection in the Messianic predictions. For those who missed Pete's last coming, he actually thinks legitimately. Pete legitimately thinks that he is possibly the Messiah. In fact, I'll tell you the live stream where that shows up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, January 19th. He came up and told me his theory about how he thinks he is the Messiah. So if you go to the January 19th live stream, you'll get to partake in that. It's a pretty wild one. Let's get, I'm going to grab, hold on, 1, 2, 3 super chats, and then we're going to get Bays in here from, oh shit, David Koresh is with us? We'll get Bays, and then after that, David Koresh. He Swim says, Baptists, I think you mean Baptists, don't make love standing up so people won't think they're dancing. Oh, classic joke, yeah. Yeah, that's an oldie but a goodie, my friend. And Shane says, off-topic question: bunny peeps or duck peeps? You know me, I always like going to the originals. That being said, peeps are so fucking sugary, it's difficult to eat them. I love marshmallows, but I don't need them coated in sugar. Maybe I did have recently one of those sour peeps. I forget if it was characterized after like Sour Patch Kids or what.
How was it?
It was good. And
Yeah.
the Dr. Pepper peep.
Because peeps are not normally my thing, but the sour ones sound like they might be.
Yeah, I would check out some of the specialty flavors. The specialty flavors are getting pretty good. Hey, Base to Shara, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, you're the female gaze lesbians love, Justin. You know what? I've had a couple lesbians say that they might date me. I don't know if they're joking or just trying to be nice, but it is sweet to hear, you know, that there are people that would be willing to cross over for me. It really does. The amount of people that show love for me on this channel, both platonically and non-platonically, it's adorable. We have such a nice community here. And Side says, sorry to ask, but did you miss my super chat? I did not, Side. If there's one in here, maybe I just didn't read it yet. But now that you're asking, there is no prior super chat in here from you. So it's possible that either it didn't get sent or I read it at the very beginning of the stream. Those are two possibilities. If in fact you sent one and for somehow my software missed it, which doesn't seem to happen too often, I'm terribly sorry that I missed it. I would hate for that to happen. But nevertheless, let's get Bayes in here and we'll get some Bayesian reasoning. Anyone?
Hello?
Bayes, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, and I'm a believer, yes.
Cool. Who's the Messiah?
Jesus.
Why would anyone think that?
Well, I came to talk about your positions on some things, because earlier you said come up if you disagree with some of our positions, and I disagree with some of your positions. But
Do you disagree with my position that Jesus is not the Messiah?
yeah, but that wasn't necessarily the position I was going to argue with today.
Well, I'm not sure what to tell you then. We're talking about the Messiah today.
So why did you say come up and argue about my positions and not necessarily the position given the prompts?
It's a position that's on topic.
Okay, so positions on okay, amazing. So do you agree that if the Messiah, I guess, were you, the Messiah itself would affirm the Trinity?
No, the Messiah is not God.
Okay, amazing. So would you say that the Messiah has some opinions on the Trinity?
As the Messiah, I would say yes, the Trinity is logically incoherent.
Yeah, and why do you believe the Trinity is logically incoherent, sir?
Because it violates the law of identity, and the only way to fix it is to become a heretic.
And by which relation of identity you're going to be holding to? Are you going to be holding to relative identity,
Because
numerical identity?
Jesus can't be the Father and also be distinct from the Father.
Sir, that's not telling me which relation of identity you're going to be using.
Are you confused about how identities work?
Well, no, because you could take a different account of identity. There's vague identity, there's absolute identity, and there's identity given the three laws of logic. So I'm confused. How would you argue the incoherency?
What do you think the word
Trinity?
identity means?
I take some identity just means, if X equals Y and they share all the same properties, X is going to be, indiscernible from Y. That's what identity is usually within logic, but you might disagree with that. That's what I'm asking for your relation of identity. I'm sorry for my little notification there.
Yeah, we can make this really easy. I'll say X equals Y.
Why is everybody booing me in the chat, bro?
I have no idea what is happening in your chat. Just pay attention to what's happening on the screen. So I got a notepad here, and I'll just make a very easy detail of what I mean by identity. If X equals Y and V equals Y, then what that would mean is also that X equals V. That's it. That's all I mean by identity.
So X equals Y, V equals Y. So X. Okay. So this is just transitivity of identity, which is not itself going to be.
That was easy, huh?
Yeah, it itself is not a identity, a absolute. Like it's weird. It's not like a established distinct identity, but it's usually a extension of numerical identity. But that's fine. So so if A equals B, B equals C, it would have to be equals to C. Okay. So my question is, how would you be applying this to the Trinity?
Because in the Trinity, you have to believe that Jesus is 100% God. And also distinct from God, which means it can't be, Jesus can't be identical to God and still be distinct. In order to be identical to something, you have to have all of its necessary attributes.
Yeah, so I already know the transitivity argument. It's okay if I just respond to it. It might touch on some points how you're going to say it further. So the transitivity argument just says that the Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God. The Father is not the Son is not the Holy Spirit, and et cetera, et cetera. And using transitive identity, the Father will have the equals the Son. So I mean, we deny P1 because transitive identity, or how the argument itself is going to be graphing it, treats Jesus as God as an identity statement. P1. We don't believe us saying Jesus is God.
I didn't give you a P1. What are you trying to debate right now?
Well, I'm saying you're using the transitivity of identity, which is
whatever you think I'm using is not an argument you've seen before.
Wait, so you're not using transitive identity to refute the Trinity or establish?
That's what happens with Phil Bros. Y'all go to philosophy class and you learn some of these formal arguments, and then you just assume that that's the argument that everyone else is using.
Philosophy class? Well, no, it's literally nearly identical, but I'm sorry for assuming that.
So,
but,
my syllogism goes like this. Premise number 1, to be 100% of something, you have to possess all of its defining or necessary characteristics, right?
Not necessarily, but...
Okay, so let's boil this down, make it even easier. I got my notepad open. We'll walk through it one by one.
Okay, look, I agree with P1, but I don't think it's necessarily like assigning 100% or like a percentage to something which is right.
The percentage is important if you don't want to fall into being a heretic. So I'll make it really easy. If I hold up this magnifying glass and the magnifying glass is actually missing the glass, is it still a magnifying glass?
Well, if the glass itself is something which is intrinsic to the thing, yeah, it cannot lose that.
There you go. That's what I said. So for this to be 100% magnifying glass, it needs all of the characteristics that are essential to a magnifying glass.
Yep, and if it loses that thing,
there we go. We got it. Okay, it wasn't hard at all. All right. So to be 100% of something, you must possess 100% of the defining characteristics of that thing. We can agree there, huh?
If the thing itself is intrinsic, yes.
Intrinsic isn't doing anything for your argument here. Actually, for your response to my argument.
No.
Premise number 2: if you lack 100%, then you can be in the same category as the thing, but not identical to it. So, for example, if in fact this thing right here, let's say that I cut the glass in half so it doesn't actually magnify anything. You could say it's still in the category of a magnifying glass. It's just not 100% anymore. It's not complete.
Yeah, that's weird because that's assuming that it must be, I guess, fully structured to be complete. I mean, I could just say that if it has a singular piece of glass, it's still a magnifying glass. It's not really a problem here.
No, no,
And
it's in the
secondly,
category of
it's-
magnifying glass. I'm not asking you if it is a magnifying glass. I'm asking you, is it 100% magnifying glass? And what that
I don't
means
know where
is
applying
that it actually
percentages
has
to
to have
object.
the
That's what I'm
properties
saying.
of a magnifying glass. The properties of a
I
magnifying
don't know
glass
where applying.
is that it actually
Okay.
has to be able to magnify stuff. See how this magnifies
Yeah,
stuff?
I have no clue
If this
where applying
glass,
percentages.
if this glass was somehow damaged or distorted, it wouldn't be 100% of a magnifying glass. It'd only be, I don't know, 80% or 70%.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue why we're applying, percentages to objects.
I know you're
presumably
trying to figure out my argument ahead of time and you can't do it. Don't do that. Just answer my questions.
I
So
have no clue
this would
what you're
be
talking
way
about. I'm just saying,
easier
why do
if
we
you
apply
if you
percentages to
stop trying to
objects?
get ahead of my argument and just pay attention to the
I'm
premises.
just answering
So
P2. If you
if in
100%, yeah, I
if
did
in
not
fact
think
this
it's gonna have
magnifying glass
100%.
is missing the glass, it's just not 100% of a magnifying glass, isn't it?
What's the argument for that? Wait, I don't think that we should apply percentages
Still
to
just
objects. Here's the
just
argument.
waiting. We're definitely going to be applying percentages because, as it turns
Why?
out,
What's the
when it
argument?
comes to identity, you can have partial identities, right? You can be part of a classification of something and not be identical to something else within that classification. You could be a subset of it. We're not talking about that now. We're talking about whether or not this thing, if this is missing the glass or the glass is somehow wrong and it can't magnify anything, is it still okay to say that this is 100% of a magnifying glass, or would we say that it's actually part of a magnifying
so you're
glass?
begging the question.
I
Yeah,
didn't
so you're
beg the
begging
question.
All I
I didn't beg the question.
Look, let me
I asked you a
let me show you why you're
question.
begging
So
the-
what you need to do is stop pretending like you're going to get ahead of my argument and just answer the simple question. Everyone else here can do it. Put a 1 in the comments if
Yeah,
the
so,
answer to
I
my
mean-
question is that no, this would not be 100% of a magnifying glass if it was in fact missing the part that made it magnify. Put a 1 in the comments if it would no longer be 100% of a magnifying glass.
So, I mean, all I did was ask a question, you admitted me, then you turned out to ask me another question. I don't think questions can answer
I've been asking you the
uniformly.
same question 5 times. Are you going to answer it or not?
Yeah, and I asked you to give the justification for it, and you
Are
just
you going to
repeated, well, there can
answer
be
the question or not?
subsegmentations. Yeah, sir, I'm asking you justify for why the content within the...
I need you to stop asking me questions and answer my question. See, I'm the one walking through
well,
a
sir, I
syllogism
don't
right
think that-
now, and in order for the syllogism to be entered into properly, you and I both must look at each and every proposition and determine if that proposition is true. So again, we're still on proposition number true, which is that in order to be 100% of a thing, sorry, that's P1. To be 100%, you can't lack, right? If you lack 100% of those properties, then you could be in the category of the thing, but you can't be identical to the thing. And that's what it means to not be 100% of something.
Yeah. So look, all I ask is why should we apply percentages to fix...
It's crazy that you're not going to answer the question. Listen, you can cry all you
Because
want
the question-
about my syllogism, but you're going to cry after you answer my question. My question is simple.
the question-
If this magnifying glass is missing the glass, or the glass is like broken and fallen out of it, is it still 100% of a magnifying glass, or is it part of a magnifying glass? They never answer
Yeah, I
questions.
have no clue, I have no clue why you're meeting me. But anyways,
Because-
I don't think they're like...
Because you're not answering the
percentages to objects.
question.
Yeah, because I got you. The question itself assumes something I don't hold to, which is percentages. So why should we apply
I'm not
percentages to
asking you
subset
what you hold
relations?
to. I asked you
Oh,
something very
the
simple.
question
Can
is
you be
about-
100%
oh
of
my-
something and not
It's a-
possess
it's a
all of its
economy.
qualities?
No, it's okay, amazing. So like, do not apply percentages.
Okay,
to a fixed
okay,
category.
amazing. Let me not answer
So
your
again,
question
if
then.
you say, wait,
So
wait. If you say
so
that something lacks something
are
which is
you
essential to the whole,
are you a heretic now? Do you think God is a category?
like, calm down.
Wait, is
So
God a
if you
category?
say that-
Yeah, the guy yelling over the mute button is telling me
God
to
is a-
calm down. Is God a category?
Yeah, God is a sortal. Yeah,
How
God
many-
is a sortal. That's
how
not
many things are in the God category?
how much proper things, like proper thing. I believe there's going to be 3.
How many parts? How many
it's-
parts are in the God category?
Yeah, I don't think parts. I was just clarifying if you were implying parts. But there's obviously going
So,
to be, 3.
in your worldview,
objects
God doesn't
within-
have parts or multiplicity. So let's try this again. In the
No,
God
God doesn't-
category,
no, God
if
doesn't-
you want to be a heretic and say that God has a category, then what that means is that you can be a God and have different characteristics as another God, meaning there's 2 different gods with multiple characteristics, if God's only a category. But if there's only one true God, what that means is God is not a category, God is an identity. And if God's an identity that happens to include Jesus as a part of it, then what that means is that you believe in partialism, which is actually what we're getting at right now. You're too cowardly to actually answer my question. My question actually isn't about God.
So
My
we're
question
focusing on
is
the-
about magnifying glasses. And if you would answer my question about the magnifying glass, we can actually move on to the next step. It wouldn't be hard at all.
Look, okay, just let me respond without you cutting me off immediately. Okay,
Is
so
your
you're going to be
response a yes or
equivocating on
no?
why? Yeah, yes. No. My response doesn't have to be yes or no. That's a false statement.
Okay, well then you can go fuck off and talk to somebody who wants to listen to your bullshit. This is a very easy syllogism. If you lack 100% of the defining characteristics of something, then it can be in the category of the thing, but not identical to the thing. To be identical to the thing, then you need 100% of all of its defining characteristics that make it the thing. You don't get to be 100% of something if you don't have 100% of its characteristics. All right, well, that was painful. This is why, friends, don't go to school and waste your time doing like dumb philosophy arguments for God. Please get a real degree. Please study something useful. Scribbles by Janice says, whores rule. Hey, good to see you, Janice. And Herbie says, who? I mean, whores. We know that you're a whore, Herbie. Don't worry about it. We love you. And also,
Listen, when they take these philosophy classes, does the philosophy teacher teach them how to be arrogant like that?
No,
Because it seems to be a common thing.
Yeah.
Why is it so common then?
I feel like the philosophy majors I ran into, to me, I think they're just overzealous. And I think a lot of them are taking philosophy anyways because they want to feel like they're the smartest person in the room. And I kind of get it. Like, if I remember the first time I read Plato's Republic, the argument that Plato laid down, it's been 20 years since I read it. The argument that Plato lays down for society is essentially that the philosopher is the highest category of human being and they should be in charge of all government, basically, because no one without philosophy can even think properly, and therefore philosophers should just be in charge of shit. Like, the philosophy realm itself is built on this idea that like everybody else is stupid and only philosophy can get you to the metaphysical truth of reality. And so, the tradition is kind of full of itself.
So it's just inherent then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Scribbles by Janet says, I don't know who all needs to hear this, but peep are chicks. True, they are chicks. Or bunnies. They aren't ducks. Sacrilege. Praise Doug. Gay for Justin. Super gay for Justin. Oh no, straight gay for Justin. Hey, there we go. I got it, Janice. You can just say straight for Justin though. That's okay. We'll accept that here as well. Chodicus Maximus, great to see you. Thank you for sending tithes and offerings to the Messiah of $99. Huge W. All hail our Savior, Son of Doug, Justin of House DZ. I don't know where the house came from, but thank you. I really appreciate that, Chodicus. Thank you for being here and giving the proper due honor and praise to the one true Messiah. Definitely, you will be with me in paradise, friend. And Jedi Kilo, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, found your channel recently. I was raised Christian and tried to adapt the religion to my more progressive beliefs, but after hearing your arguments, I couldn't maintain my cognitive dissonance. Thanks for your work. Thank you. That was my experience. I couldn't pair my what was logical and rational to me with what the Bible said. They couldn't be paired. And Hollerfurpy, thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That's humongous, friend. I super appreciate that. And for people who have access to the cheat sheet, I added a new free will tab today. I'm going to be adding more this week. I got a bunch of new tabs I'm adding. I've been collecting stuff to put on it. I think you'll like it. Chodicus with another super chat. Thank you so much. 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. Obviously. So stop being disingenuous, Justin. You know what, Chod? You got me. I forgot, actually, that 1 + 1 + 1 is, in fact, 1. So, I don't know. I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board and maybe learn some new math. I think that's what the kids are doing now. They're doing that new math stuff. But nevertheless, I'm going to bring in our next guest. Next in line that was waiting is Jay Pendragon. And then after that is Jesus the Messiah. And then, oh, actually, I take that back. I'll get Jay and then David Koresh. I forgot David Koresh was still in the box. And then we'll get Jesus the Messiah. Welcome in, Jay. Jay? Can you hear me? Jay?
Hello?
There you go.
Hello? There you go. Hi.
Yeah, welcome in.
Sorry about that. Can never figure out how these settings works.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Jay, are you at least 18?
Yeah. I'm
Awesome.
19.
Fair enough. And are you a believer that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yes.
Awesome. And next question, and very important question. Why would anyone believe that?
The historical reliability of the Gospels.
Can you be more specific?
So, first of all, there are details like the arguments from embarrassment, like women being the first to report.
What's that got to do with anything?
Because these are details where if you're making stuff up, you wouldn't want to include because it would embarrass you.
Why would this embarrass them? Women were the ones who spiced dead bodies. It would be stupid to write a story having men do it.
But women's testimony weren't held as high regard back then.
So? The resurrection of Jesus is not held on the testimony of the women. In fact, if you read the story, they didn't believe the women. They went and checked for themselves.
Yes, but would you say that if you're making a story up, you would include that details?
I would include the detail about the women because the story would be stupid otherwise. If the first people at the tomb are the men, then the story doesn't make sense because in this culture, and actually all the cultures preceding it, women were the ones that cared for the dead bodies. So they would be the first one to find a dead body or to find a missing body.
Well, yes, it would be the first ones, but I still would say that is an embarrassing detail.
Why is it embarrassing?
Because again, the testimony of women weren't held in high regard back then.
I'm not saying that it was. What I'm saying is it's not required. The resurrection didn't hinge on the testimony of the women.
If you disagree with that, another one would be
it just says it in the book. You've read the resurrection story, right? The women go and they report it to the disciples, and the disciples don't believe them. So the testimony of the women is utterly useless here. They weren't believed anyways. It's the testimony of the men that was believed.
Okay. Well, another point.
Also, are you reading your notes or somebody else's notes?
My notes.
Okay, just checking, because if you're reading somebody else's notes, I've probably read them before you, and I don't think you really want to do that. Make sure you're reading your own notes.
My notes. Well, first of all, if you've heard of the channel Inspiring Philosophy.
Oh boy, this is not going to go well for you if you got your notes from IP.
I recommend going on the channel and talking to them.
IP has a degree in not the Bible. He has a degree in philosophy. He doesn't know jack shit about the Bible.
Well, at least watch it.
I've seen IP.
He's
a goof. But anyways, go ahead with your talking points. It doesn't matter where you got the talking points from. You said they're your talking points, so let's get them.
Another thing is the name accuracy. Like,
what name?
So you know how it's like at different times in history there would be in different places there would be certain percentages of like how frequent or popular names are.
Yeah, I mean I'm pretty aware of nameless. In fact, archaeology has thousands of documented names from this time period.
I'm saying that I'm talking about the frequency, like how accurate the names used would be for the times, and like and how frequently they appear in text.
Okay, what's the point?
So the Gospels are really high on that.
So what?
They have about from like an 85 to 95% accuracy.
Why do I care about that? It was written in a time period where they used common names. They used the names that were common to their time period. That's what you would expect.
Well, no,
Why would they use names that were uncommon to their time period? I think if I wrote a story about something that happened in 2025, but they all had names like Japheth and Jehoshaphat, they'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Wait. So you do hold to that the Gospels were written within like a few decades of Jesus?
The earliest gospel, Mark, was probably written in the early 70s, and then the other gospels came shortly after. I think probably the late 70s, early 80s for Matthew and Luke, and then the 90s, even 100 for John.
I hold to the earlier datings.
Why?
So one of the major things for the late datings is because the Gospel of Mark.
Tell me the evidence for the early dating.
I don't have that up. I didn't write down notes for that.
Okay.
But I do know that one of the major points for major reasons for the later dating is because the Gospel of Mark, which historians have determined to be the earliest written, includes a prophecy of the destruction of the temple.
That's one potential reason. That's not the only one.
It's one of the reasons.
And why else? There's more, right?
I didn't come in. I'm really bad at like remembering stuff, so I need to like write stuff down beforehand when I do this. So, and I didn't expect to be talking about this, so I don't have that on hand.
So you got one of the big ones. One of the reasons is because the destruction of the temple. Another reason is because Mark 13 also mentions that there's going to be Jesus imposters, which we know the idea that people were going to be impostered after their death was very popular around after the death of Nero. This was something that was happening a lot. That's Mark 13. And then, another reason is because if Mark wrote Mark, most scholars agree that it was probably John Mark, the cousin of Barnabas. And remember, like John Mark, his ministry would have been in the mid 60s maybe, and we don't really have a good reason to believe that like Mark wrote this in the middle of his travels. If Mark wrote it, it certainly makes sense that he would have written it perhaps after he was done traveling and had time and expenses to actually write something down, which probably would have been in the 70s. So like even if you stick with the traditional story from the Bible about who Mark is, there's no good reason to believe that he wrote it before 70 AD. In fact, most of the data we have would probably suggest that it makes sense to write it closer to the end of his life because they all thought Jesus was coming back. It seems like these Gospels came at the end of these people's lives once they started to kind of realize that Jesus wasn't coming back in their lifetime.
So if you were holding to like within the first century, I don't really want to focus on that.
I think they're first century, maybe with the exception of John, but I think Matthew, Mark, and Luke are first century.
Not like centuries later.
No, I don't believe that.
So I don't want to talk about that if you hold to the reasonable times.
Yeah. No, you and I agree that the Gospels were mainly written in the first century. There's some debate about Luke, whether or not Luke was written super late because it might have been influenced by Josephus and or Marcion, but I think that's a matter that's not quite settled yet. We'll have to come and revisit that some later time. But the fact remains, like I agree that the Gospels are purportedly telling the story of Jesus. My issue with the Gospels is not the dating necessarily. My issue with the Gospels is that they just flatly say things repeatedly that are untrue, and they show a stark lack of understanding for what's in the Hebrew Bible. They have no idea what's in that book. So when it lists in Matthew, go to Matthew chapter 1 and Matthew chapter 2 and just look at all the prophecies that are listed for Jesus. What you'll discover is that none of them are actually prophecies about Jesus. In fact, most of them aren't even prophecies.
They don't say oh, so you're talking about in accordance with the scriptures, those things?
Yes. So what's happening here is...
So, okay, so real quick. So those, just because it says in accordance with the scriptures doesn't mean it's saying these are fulfilled prophecies. That is using typology, where it's like, oh, we see all these parallels between Jesus and the history of Israel as recorded in the Bible. Not that those are messianic prophecies.
Well, what it says specifically is that these events took place according to the Lord through the prophet. So what that means is that God spoke to a prophet about something that was going to happen. Did those things happen? And did they get fulfilled in Jesus is the question. So the first one that shows up is in Matthew 122 and 123. This is a clear quotation from an actual prophet. You want to check it out?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew 122 and 123. I'll put it on the board so you can read it along with me. Let me make it.
It's really tiny.
Oh yeah, give me a second. I'll make it bigger.
Pull it up.
Are you on the? Yeah, you're on the. You're looking at the Video Ninja horizontal screen, I assume.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to do. No, I'm on vertical. I couldn't figure out how to do horizontal.
Oh, interesting. If you turn your phone to the side, I think it'll show the horizontal
screen up.
Oh, interesting. Your phone might be whack.
Messes my screen up. Sorry.
No worries. So I'll read it to you though. So when it talks about the supposed virgin birth in Matthew, it says all this took place to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet. So he's saying the Lord spoke something through the prophet, and it got fulfilled. Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel, which means God with us. The problem with this is, one, he doesn't quote it correctly. It doesn't say that they shall name him Emmanuel, not in the Greek or the Hebrew text. He did that. What's that?
Does it need to be a direct quote, or would you allow paraphrasing?
I would allow paraphrasing, but in this particular instance, it's pretty clear that it was a direct quote. He changed one word, basically. So the quotation comes from Isaiah 7:14. Now, this is where things get hairy, because if you just go to Isaiah 7, it's pretty clear that this is not a prophecy about Jesus at all. It's actually a prophecy to King Ahaz about what's going to happen during the Syro-Ephraimite war. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So the setting is pretty simple. There's two kings that have made an alliance, the northern Israelites and the Arameans, and they want to replace King Ahaz on the Judean throne. And they did an initial attack and was nearly successful but failed. And now they're terrified. What's going to happen? So God sends the prophet and the prophet's son to give him a prophecy of encouragement. That prophecy ends with, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then he sends the prophet a second time. And this is the part that you think is fulfilled in Jesus. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. And then these last three verses are super important. You can't cut these off. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. The Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So the prophecy is to King Ahaz. It says, look, there's a woman who's already pregnant. She's about to give birth. Before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the king of Assyria is going to go wipe out those two kingdoms that are threatening you. And this comes true in the very next chapter. So this was already fulfilled 730 years before Jesus.
And again, I'm saying that I allow for typology to be used.
Why would I?
Where the original prophecy doesn't need to be directly applied.
Why would I accept that?
I'm not trying to get you to accept that.
Well, I'm saying, why would anyone accept it? Why would anyone believe that Jesus, the only thing ever fulfilled are these like random, out of context fulfillments that are only done by repurposing prophecies? By the way, even if this is typological, it doesn't fit them, by the way. This doesn't say anything about a virgin birth.
I don't go to Isaiah for the virgin birth.
Well, that's the only prophecy that is listed in the New Testament for a virgin birth.
Yeah, but there is a different prophecy in the Old Testament. Genesis 3.
Genesis 3 is not about a virgin birth.
It is.
Want to bet money? Hold on. Before we go there, how much money do you want to bet that Genesis 3 is not going to mention a virgin at all?
I don't gamble money.
How about if Genesis 3 doesn't mention a virgin, you have to do the rest of this conversation with your collar popped?
I'm unfamiliar with that phrase.
You just gotta pop your collar up.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that means.
Your shirt collar, just pop your shirt collar up.
I'm like, you mean like physically do that?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's the penalty for failing.
I'm genuinely
so if I'm wrong, I have to take my mantle off. If you're wrong, you got to pop your collar.
Okay.
Deal?
All right then.
Okay. Genesis 3, which part has the virgin?
It's the curse of the serpent.
14 and 15?
Yeah.
Okay, you think there's a virgin here, huh?
It is. So, okay, so God is speaking here. So I will place enmity between you and the woman, and your seed and hers. So,
yep. Wait, did you read 14 yet?
And you will strike at his.
Yeah. Read 14 though.
Because you've done this, cursed you among all animals and among all the wild creatures, and upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life.
Yeah. Satan doesn't do that, but snakes do.
Yeah,
so this is about snakes.
I'm not really talking about that right now. I'm talking about the next part of it.
Well, it's connected. That's my point. So your interpretation of this passage needs to be connected to the actual context. And the context is that God is punishing snakes. This is an explanation why out of all the animals in the animal kingdom, snakes are cursed to crawl on their belly and live in the ground.
So, yeah, but I don't see how that's refuting the points I'm about to make.
Because this is about a snake. Verse 15 is still about snakes. I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. Offspring is a collective noun. It's plural, meaning human beings and snakes will be at odds with each other, which is why it says he will strike your head and you will strike his heel, because that's how you killed snakes typically in the ancient world. When they came up on you, you stomped on their heads.
If I remember correctly, the direct translation is seed, the seed of the woman.
Yeah, zerah in Hebrew. And seed means offspring. In fact, if you look at every instance of the word offspring, it's going to be the singular word zerah, even when it's used as a plural.
Yes, but this is the seed of the woman.
So what? Your seed of woman.
Where typically seed is tracked through the male line, not the female.
No, that's not what's happening here. This is offspring. You are the seed of the woman and the man. You're the offspring. The word
doesn't.
seed, the word seed is translated to offspring for a reason.
But
You know,
doesn't
there's quite a
mention
few
it.
instances of the Hebrew Bible using the word seed referring to women's offspring, right? Please tell me you know that.
It's I'm drawing a blank right now.
Want me to show you?
Sure.
Okay. What you could do is just go into this is a generic source, but we're going to go to Genesis 3:15, and I'm going to show you how to do a search for different words in the Hebrew Bible. So go to Bible Hub, and you're going to find here seed, zerah. This is zerachah, which this is a pronoun. This means your. If you just click on the word, you can see where it's used in the Hebrew Bible. And what you'll find is that it's used in occasions to refer to the seed of women. And if you just give me a second, it'll be a listing down here near the bottom of all the instances where it shows up. And you'll be able to click on that. And you can say, hey, look, actually, it turns out it's used of women on these occasions. For example, 230 times. Give me a second. I got to verify something on TikTok before it goes away. There we go. All right. So if you go to all the instances of this word in the Hebrew Bible, it's just going to be referring to any offspring. It doesn't matter if it comes from a man or a woman. So, for example, let's go to Genesis 16. Let's see, Genesis 16:10, I think, is the one that I'm looking for, where it talks about the seed of Hagar. All right. The angel of the Lord said to her, I will so greatly multiply your offspring that they cannot be counted for multitude. Yeah, this is what he's saying to Hagar. This is the angel of the Lord speaking to Hagar. So Hagar has a seed, an offspring.
I was wrong.
It
Kudos
happens.
to you.
But you do have to pop your collar now.
You said if I win, I pop my collar.
No, if you lose, that's a punishment for losing.
Okay.
All right, very good. It actually looks pretty good on you. Okay, so let's go to our next prophecy. Which one do you think he fulfilled?
Where did I write that down? Sorry about this.
Take your time.
He's been very pleasant, Justin. It's been a very breath of fresh air.
Guy's been nice, huh?
Yeah, I take the love thy name for. I try to take that very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So would you agree that at the time the Messiah would be the beginning of God's reign and his restoration of the world?
I do think that, yeah, the restoration of the world is preceded by the Messiah coming and bringing the Israelites back to the land of Israel.
Okay. So that would be yeah, I have it written down, Isaiah 35.
Oh no, don't do that one.
You probably, yeah, you reject the supernatural.
No, it's not about that. It's clearly not about, especially not about Jesus at all. It's about the Assyrian invasion. Actually, sorry, I said Assyrian. I meant to say Babylonian invasion.
Uh,
Right. So the passage is about captives that are returning to Zion. That's in Jerusalem. That's in the land of Judea, which is what was promised to the people that were in Babylonian captivity. After 70 years, it says in Jeremiah 25 and 29, they're going to come back from the land of Babylon and they're going to be reestablished in their land. It says the same thing in Isaiah 40. It says the same thing in Isaiah 48. This is kind of the whole deal with Isaiah, is that Deutero-Isaiah, is that you're all in captivity right now, but it's okay. God's going to come and save you and vindicate you and exalt you because now you've already paid the penalty for your sins. So God's going to open up a highway all the way back to Zion for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So like if you look at the 9 and 10, it kind of gives it away, right? It talks about how there's going to be a highway going back to Zion. Well, from where? Well, from where the captives were. And this is repeated throughout Isaiah. No lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast shall come upon it. They shall not be found there, but the redeemed shall walk there, and the ransomed of the Lord shall return, come to Zion with singing, everlasting joy, and shall be on their heads, and they shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. So this is about the return of the Israelites from Babylonian captivity. Now, it also happens to be a failure because they didn't experience endless joy and gladness. Eventually, they got their asses kicked by the Greeks and then by the Romans. But there's nothing in here that would lead us to believe that this is about Jesus. This is, contextually speaking, obviously about the Israelites.
Yeah, but there's the whole idea of the restoration of the undoing of the fall.
But that's not in the Hebrew Bible.
Then the eyes of the blind shall be open, and the ears of the deaf unstopped, and the lame may leap like deer, and the tongue sing for joy.
So what? What's the guy would do with Jesus?
Jesus specifically applies that to himself in Matthew.
I know he does. Yeah, it has nothing to do with whether or not this prophecy came true. This prophecy is about what the exiles are going to experience. God promising that people are going to be restored physically when he redeems them from exile is not a new one. This is just one of many failures. And it's not even clear that he meant this to be entirely literal, which is the craziest thing. The parts of the Hebrew Bible that are clearly like hyperbolic, Christians want to take deadpan literally, but the ones that are clearly literal, they want to take as metaphorical, right? If you just read the next one, it says, "The lame shall leap like a deer." Well, that's obviously not true. They're not going to leap like deer. They're not deer. "The tongue of the speechless will sing for joy." Well, maybe that might happen. "Waters will break forth in the wilderness." Really? Did the wilderness become a waterland? It didn't. "Streams will be in the desert." None of that happened. "The burning sand shall become a pool. The thirsty ground becomes springs of water. A haunt of jackals shall become a swamp, and the grass shall become reeds and rushes." Like, this is obviously a vision of restoration for the land that was a desert place, now is becoming like a lush, habitable region to be lived in. Do we believe that like rivers are actually just going to magically appear in the desert, or is this just God giving you kind of a picture of the restoration of the land? You could take it either way, but nevertheless, Jesus didn't do any of that. It gets adorable that this chapter says like 2 or 3 things that sound like something Jesus did, but that doesn't mean that he fulfilled a messianic prophecy, because this isn't a messianic prophecy, and other people did the same thing. Vespasian healed a lame man, and he also healed blindness in another man using the power of Serapis, but you certainly wouldn't say that Vespasian fulfilled his prophecy, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Right.
Well, I'd like to thank you. You've given me a lot to think about and research.
Yeah, fair enough. You sound like a nice young man, and when I was your age, I still believed in this nonsense too. Just keep learning. To be fair, of all the apologists, I think IP is one of the more generous ones. I think his arguments are dog shit, but of the apologists, I think he genuinely is. I think he he means what he says. I don't think he's pretending. I think he's doing the best that he can do. I just think he's wrong. So I would definitely, if you like IP, go for it, but stay away from the goofballs like Cliff Knechtley. Stay away from goofballs like Frank Turek. They're idiots.
Yeah, I don't like Cliff. He especially on his takes on what he says about the Eucharist, I don't.
Yeah. There are better
But
apologists out there to listen to.
I don't care if you believe the Eucharist is the body and blood of Jesus, or if you don't. Even though if the Eucharist isn't the body and blood of Jesus, and you act as it is, you're committing idolatry. And if you're not you're choosing not to participate in
Sure.
that. Before I go, if you could indulge me before I leave real quick, because there is your thing on Jesus not really claiming to be God in the Gospels.
So when it comes to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, I don't think Jesus claimed to be God, but I do believe there's one or two instances in the Gospel of John that you could definitely interpret Jesus claimed to be God. I know there are some opposing views that can kind of explain it away, but I don't think it's clear cut actually. And it seems clear that the author of that gospel probably thought he was God too. So I wouldn't be shocked if in that gospel he said something that equated himself with God. But as for the other three gospels, I'd say no.
So what do you think of Mark depicting Jesus as calling himself the Son of Man, and then later in the tribunal he says, "You will see the Son of Man riding on the clouds of heaven," which given a direct reference to Daniel 7.
Yep,
with the
7:14.
Son of Man approaching the Ancient of Days, riding on the clouds of heaven, which is a divine prerogative. Something only God does.
It's not actually. No. Read. I highly recommend. It sounds to me, and I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm saying things wrong. It sounds to me like you've probably read or watched a lot of videos full of apologetics, but you might not have actually read the book all that much. I really encourage you to read the book of Daniel. In the book of Daniel, the one like the Son of Man in chapter 7 is clearly the archangel. If you read through all of Daniel, the archangel is like a god and like a man. He's depicted on multiple occasions, is described as literally being a man, and described as literally being a son of God, and literally being an angel. The angels were thought to be this entity that was divine but not quite human. It was human-like but not quite God. And so that's why at the end of the book of Daniel, who comes in to save the day? It's the archangel Michael. Well, who's going to fight against the prince of Persia? It's the archangel. These archangels / princes, as they were called in this time period, are the ones that are warring on behalf of God. And obviously angels being in the clouds is the thing that you would expect.
Okay. And what about in Matthew and Luke when Jesus calls himself Lord, Lord, Kyrios, Kyrios, which
Matthew 27.
Yeah, which is how the term throughout the entire Old Testament only God is called in the Greek translation of the Old Testament, only God is called Kyrios, Kyrios.
So I'm not sure where you got that from. I think it is probably whoever you took that from, you might have accidentally reworded it just a pinch. So the claim is typically Kyrios, Kyrios. It's not quite how it's worded in Greek. It's typically like ha Kyrios, which is a definite article in front of Kyrios, which means Lord. But the point is, in the Hebrew Bible, what we find are lots of instances of like Yahweh God or Yahweh and a Lord. And then, what's that?
Adonai Yahweh.
Yeah. I mean, so what we find in Matthew 27 is that Jesus is quoting. Did I say Matthew 27? Hold on, give me a second. It should be Matthew 27. Give me 1 second to pull it up.
Yeah, again, list without notes.
I always forget if it's Matthew 27. No, it's got to be Matthew 22. I think the verse we're looking for is Matthew 22, not 27. Give me a second to double check. Yeah, it's 22. All right, so the one you're referring to in Matthew 22 is really good, and it's astute that you pointed it out. But I don't think it's gonna. I'll explain why. So he's questioning the Pharisees about being the son of David, about the Messiah. And he says to them, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? And he said to them, the son of David. He said to them, how is it that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord at my right hand, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies under your feet. If David thus called him Lord, how can he be his son? So what this seems to suggest is that he's saying the Messiah is the son of God, not the son of David. And the reason why I think this might be an authentic saying of Jesus is because Jesus didn't have any real connection to King David. The only claim to the throne he could possibly have is by saying he was the son of God.
I forget what book of the Bible says that the Messiah is the son of God. No, not. Is it Maccabees? Or is I'm pretty sure it's one of the Maccabees.
I think,
or maybe Wisdom of Solomon.
I think you're confusing the Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2.
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon.
Yeah, that's another situation. We can touch that next. Here's why I think that this was an authentic saying of Jesus, but I don't think he's saying it to say that he is God. I think he's claiming to be the Son of God. Claiming to be the Son of God was a very, very popular thing to do, especially for the Messiah. Remember in Psalm 2, in fact, I should have pulled it up before I pulled up Psalm 10. In Psalm 2, King David likens himself to being the Son of God. In fact, he says, he who sits in the heaven laughs. The Lord has them in derision. Then he will speak to them in his wrath, blah, 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 terrifying day. I will tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son. Today I've begotten you. Ask of me, and I will make the nations your heritage. And so to be a son of God doesn't necessarily mean that you are God. It just means that God has given you kind of a divine adoption, which is why David could refer to the Messiah as being Lord, but not necessarily that he's God. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Because if you go to Psalm 110 in the Hebrew, it's actually pretty clear that David's not speaking, that this is an oracle to King David, and it's about King David's life. It's a prophecy to King David, basically. So David didn't say Lord, Lord at all. It starts out, Le David Mizmor, which means to or of David, a psalm, and Ne'um Yahweh La Adoni. And this would say an oracle of Yahweh. This is not a verb. To be clear, this word is not a verb. And when we find that noun constructed with the name of Yahweh, it always shows up as an actual prophecy from God. Here is a prophecy from God. And so this is a prophecy to who? Well, to my master. This is not La Adoni, or not La Adonai, it's La Adoni. So it's not the name for God, it's the name for the king, the master. And so if you look at the promises in here, all these promises are what God promised to King David. Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. That was fulfilled already. It's declared in 1 Kings chapter 5 by his son Solomon. The rod of thy strength, the Lord will send out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. That's what King David did in Zion. Thy people offer themselves willingly in the day of warfare. Well, that's what happened to David, right? So I think if Jesus could read Hebrew rather than quoting the Greek, he would have known that this isn't David actually speaking, calling anyone Lord. It's a prophecy to David, who is the second Lord. And the other problem is if Jesus was really a Jewish rabbi, he would have known, I like to think he would have known, that in the Greek Septuagint, which is what he's quoting from, when it says Lord, Ha-Kyrios, that first time, he should have known that that Lord is the name of Yahweh and that the second Lord is actually David. That would have been clear. He should have known that there were two different lords, even in the Greek Septuagint. And he didn't. He just equated, oh, you see, oh, here's Lord and here's Lord. They must mean the same thing. But that's not how that works. They used the word Lord as a placeholder to not sully the divine name the same way we do in English. And when we read it in English, you have to know, oh, that means Yahweh. But he didn't even know that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, buddy. Come back again. Do some research on the topic. Let me know where you land, and then come back and we'll talk about it again.
Yep. Have a nice day.
You too. Oh, that was nice. Nice kid, actually. Hopefully, I hope he goes in and does some more research. He's 19. He's young. He's got some time on his hands.
There's a hell of a lot more than I did at that age. So I mean, shit, he's doing fine.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if we hear back from him, but hopefully he'll go and do some research. I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and we're going to get David Koresh in here. I didn't realize David Koresh had survived the siege of Waco, but we'll find out. Bull Light Mammoth, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Jay. You mentioned you don't think Jesus thought he was God based on the text. I know you're not a mythicist. What parts of the Gospels do you take to be true outside of the miraculous stuff, and why? So I like, to me, some of the parts that I think are more likely to be true are the sayings of Jesus rather than the miracles. Some of the miracles I might be inclined to believe he did something vaguely similar to them, but the sayings, most of the early church writings that talk about what we have from Jesus talk about like having sayings, gospels. And we know when you have these messianic figures, typically the thing that gets written down first are things that they said. Someone heard them speak and they say, oh, that's really good. I got to remember that. You know, it might only be a sentence, but they're going to remember a quote or a saying. It's like all of the sermons I ever give when I was a pastor. If you ask somebody in the congregation, hey, what do you remember anything from that sermon 3 years ago? A lot of times they're going to say no, but I do remember this one thing that you said this one time, right? So people tend to write down and remember snippets of what people say, even though they don't remember the whole speeches. And they will remember some stories as well, but it's hard to know. Once you admit that the New Testament's making up stories, it's actually difficult to know which stories are being made up and which ones aren't. But if Jesus was a Jewish rabbi, the stories about Jesus where he royally fucks up the Hebrew Bible, I'm inclined to believe that those aren't true. If he really was a rabbi, I can't imagine that this clown didn't know Hebrew. So like even Matthew 22 that we just read, listen, I'm actually inclined to believe he didn't say that shit, because if Jesus was a Jewish man who knew the Hebrew scriptures, he wouldn't have made that error. So it's hard to say which ones are actually Jesus. I would say that I agree a lot with the Jesus Seminar. If you read the papers from the Jesus Seminar, they took a vote among scholars as to what they thought was our authentic sayings of Jesus in the Gospels. It was surprisingly low, but I tend to actually agree a little bit with what they say at the Jesus Seminar. I think there's kernels of truth in there, and sometimes those kernels of truth are like the sayings that don't serve any purpose in the story. In fact, they make the story even worse. Like, why the fuck would you have that in here? It doesn't make any sense. It didn't come true. To me, those are sayings that, like, when Jesus says he's going to come back within that generation, I think that was a legit saying. It made it in there because his followers heard it. It was striking to them, and they believed it. And so it stuck. It was part of the tradition. The apocalyptic nature of Jesus was part of the tradition from early on, and they just couldn't get rid of it. Good question, though. Dr. Sarah Guitar says, oh, another syllogism. Premise 1, if God exists, he is necessarily all-powerful. Maybe. See, that's what I don't know, because like the Platonic gods weren't all powerful. Like there were super gods, like they were like, you know, supermen, right? But they weren't all powerful. So I just don't know. Like, when did we decide that the classification of God required them to be all powerful? I just don't think it's necessary. The gods of the Hebrew Bible weren't all powerful. The gods of the Canaanites weren't all powerful. I just don't know why we're doing this. Premise number 2, such a God fixes all events by foreknowledge or decree. Well, I mean, I would say yes. If you believe in a God that's all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good, like if you believe in this, you know, classical God of theism, as they say, then yeah, I would agree that the syllogism works, and that you would expect that God would do all things correct, or fix the things that were incorrect. Premise 3, if all events are fixed, forward does not exist. What's FW? Is this not forward in this context? Free will, there we go. if all events are fixed, free will does not exist. Oh, I see what you're saying. Such a God fixes, you mean not corrects, but makes the future static and unchangeable. You can't do anything about it. So an all-knowing, all-powerful God, that God would have all future events fixed in space, can't be changed. Well, that I believe is probably true, because if that God kicked everything off into existence and knew what was going to happen before he did it, and he still chose that instance to kick off, he did at least make it so that it was determined that you would do the thing. If all events are fixed, free will doesn't exist. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure free will exists in any worldview, to be quite honest. Premise 4, free will exists. C, ergo, God does not exist. I mean, if you can determine that libertarian free will just means like choice, like the ability to choose, then yeah, we could go with this. This would be, I think, this would be sound to say that God does not exist if free will does exist. But I think you'd have a difficult time proving the syllogism. I can definitely see what you're doing here, and I don't dislike it. I'm not mad at it at all. But I just think this is going to be a difficult syllogism to sell to Christians, me personally. But it's good thinking. And Mind says, "Are you still here, Riley?" I don't think so. What a joy of a guest you are. You come across well-read, nice and reasonable. Call in anytime. If I had any say, only you do. Rock hard for Doug. I agree. I thought Riley was nice, and so was Pentadragon. So we had 2 really nice guests already. William Rogers, thank you for the super chat. And also, I owe you a shirt now. I'll be sending that out tomorrow once business hours are open. Reading up on Mandaism, a fascinating Gnostic Middle East religion sect that believes John the Baptist is the greatest prophet in history, but regards Abraham, Moses, and Jesus as false prophets. It is wild, by the way, Mandaism. And there are still parts of that sect that exist and are doing like wild things as part of their religious practices. Definitely recommend looking them up. I watched I want to say it was like a History Channel special on them. It had to have been 30 years ago. I just remember tidbits about it now, but it's super cool sect. Definitely recommend. If you ever questioned like who was more popular, Jesus or John the Baptist, I think at the time period, John the Baptist was a bigger figure. I think Jesus didn't really blow up until after his death, and they started doing all this mythological stuff with him. Early on, John the Baptist was the guy for sure. And Kuma, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, fun fact, both Pliny the Elder and Younger witnessed the eruption. Oh, I didn't realize both of them wrote about it. I knew we had the writings of the Younger. The Elder was killed in the eruption, so probably couldn't write about it. There we go. That explains it. So his father was killed in it. Justin Suckin Rock. Hey, thank you for that, Kuma. I appreciate that information. That makes a lot of sense, actually. And Captain Hammer Corporate Tool says, I say you're the Messiah, and I know because I found a few. Well, thank you for that. And listen, there's not a person here that has given any solid argument for Jesus being the Messiah. And David, thank you for the 200 rupees or ruples. I'm at 10,000 feet right now. Holy shit, you're on a plane. Well, be safe. And the in-flight entertainment is DZ Debates. Hell yeah, Dave. I appreciate that. I hope you have a good time in the air and an even better time on the ground. Please be safe. Always travel with care, my friend. And Interstate, thank you for the super des. In movies, heaven is like a grocery frozen food section. Soft ambient light from the sides, frosty mist rising up from below. What if all we get in eternity of Tostitos pizza, peas, and carrots? You know, that'd be awful, but you're not far off, because like if you look, if heaven was in the clouds, which is what the Bible basically says, it's going to be like moist and sticky and nasty. Have you been in the clouds? This is not a good time. Like, you don't want to be up there hanging around in the clouds. It's just sticky everywhere. It's disgusting. Last super chat for now, and we're going to get our David Koresh, the other Messiah, in here. Side says, sending again, I am here to testify. Justin has taught me more in a year than JC has my whole life. Love you and the community. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I do love this community. Y'all, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, please do. It's a really cool community. And you get the interface with a lot of new people that you wouldn't be able to, or not as readily as you would in real life. And it's easy to join. Just go to tiny.cc/DZ Discord. Or is it tinyurl? Hold on. tinyurl.com-d. Yeah, it's tinyurl.com /DZ Discord. There's also a link in all the profiles. Highly recommend going to check them out. All right, let's get David Koresh in here and we'll do a little bit of Messiah chat. How you doing, David?
I am doing good. I am a very cool Messiah. I'm so cool that the ATF had to take me down.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about what you're doing with those children up in there.
Don't worry. It's perfectly legal, actually, because we had consent from the parents.
Oh, boy. Well, sure. So are you actually David Koresh, or do you believe in Jesus?
I'm actually David Koresh.
Cool.
In the flesh.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Well, get rid of that fool. It's a shame he waited all that time just to say nothing. I mean, it can be fun to troll a little bit, you know, to play a character, but
be a good one at least.
I know, right? Well, I'm not streaming all night. I'm not going till midnight tonight. In fact, I'm going to be done by 10 o'clock tonight, so I'm not gonna take any trolls here tonight. Let's get Jesus is the Messiah from our YouTube queue, and maybe get a little bit of a discussion going. How you doing? Jesus is the Messiah.
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Should we call you Jesus, or do you have a name?
So my name is Jonathan.
Jonathan. Okay.
Yes.
Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
All right. And do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yes, but not
Why?
in an orthodox sense.
In what sense is Jesus the Messiah?
Okay, so Jesus is the Messiah based on, I'd say, proper Messianic prophecy.
Can you give me one?
Yeah, so I'd say, well, obviously I don't believe Jesus is a God man, so we'll throw that one out.
Uh-huh.
But I do believe, sincerely that he was the descendant of David.
Why?
Like an actual son of Joseph.
Why?
Because the book of John actually says that he is the son of Joseph.
It says that in Luke he was thought to be the son of Joseph, and when when they visit his hometown, they say, "Is this?" When they visit his hometown, they say, "Is this not the son of Joseph?" But the author of these books don't say that he is the son of Joseph.
Yeah, because they didn't add it in brackets.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No, what I'm saying is the authors of these books didn't say that Jesus was the son of Joseph. There were people in these stories that thought that he was the son of Joseph, but the authors didn't say that.
Yeah, but wouldn't the people's testimony be more valid than the actual author itself?
No, try to get what I'm saying. So there were people that were talked about in this story that believed that Jesus was the son of Joseph, but that's obviously what they would have told people growing up. They would have said that this is the son of Joseph. And legally speaking, Jesus was the son of Joseph. He was the legal father of Joseph, which means there'd be nothing wrong with the townsfolk who knew the family as saying that Jesus was the son of Joseph. Legally speaking, he was the son of Joseph. There's nothing to do with his lineage.
Why would it have nothing to do with his lineage, though? Because I know
because
that
the rest of the gospels say that he wasn't the son of Joseph. So what that means is you've just you're picking and choosing which parts of the gospels you like, which is fine. I mean, if you want to invent your own religion, why would I believe Why would I believe that he's the son of Joseph when it explicitly says that he's not the son of Joseph elsewhere?
Because the Messiah has to be the descendant of David.
Well, that
It
just
has
means
to
he's not
be.
the Messiah then. That's what that means. You don't just get to throw away the Bible passages that are against your position.
Yeah, but would you agree that a lot of it's been edited throughout the time it's been handled, especially by Rome, and before actually people actually got their hands on it? Well, because what we have
Yeah,
today is a
and you
sanitized
have
edition.
and you have no
I know
you have no
Jerome was a
way
big
of
one.
knowing which parts are edited and which parts are original, right? So you're just going to say the parts that support my viewpoint, I'm going to say are original. You have no metric for determining that.
What about 2 Samuel 7,
12 to 13?
yeah, 7:13?
Yeah, that just proves that
To
Jesus is not the Messiah. You're doing my job for me.
says here he'll
Come
build
from
a
the
house
body of
for my
David.
name,
Yep.
and
Jesus
I
didn't
will
do none of
establish
that.
the throne of his his kingdom forever.
Nope,
Like
wrong
his kingdom
again.
forever. And
So
I'll be
the
a
problem
son
you're
to
going to
him, he
have
shall be.
here, it says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth
Yep.
from your body, which Jesus didn't come forth from the body of David, which means this is not about Jesus. And I will establish his kingdom. Jesus never had a kingdom. He shall build a house for an iron name. Jesus never did. And I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. This is talking about Solomon. I will be a father to him, and he shall be a son to me. When he commits iniquity, which Jesus, in your review, didn't commit iniquity, I will punish him with a rod, such as mortals use, with blows inflicted by human beings. This is just about the one that comes after David. More specifically, is going to be Solomon.
But wouldn't that prove that Jesus was a human being? If it says that he'll commit iniquity, but I won't take my
No,
does it say
this
I
is
will not take my
no.
steadfast love from him?
You're missing the point. This is not about Jesus. So you're just saying Jesus
Yeah.
has to be a human being because I've already committed myself to believing he's the Messiah. And I've also committed myself to believing that this is about the Messiah. Therefore, this is evidence that Jesus was a human being, but that's not how that works, right? So if this is about the Messiah, then it just means that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, because according to the Gospels, Jesus didn't commit iniquity and Jesus didn't come from the body of David. So it just means that this isn't about Jesus. Jesus didn't fulfill this.
What about how Revelation 22:16 says that I, Jesus, who sent my angel to you with this testimony for the churches, I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star.
Well, that sounds like a
So
lie.
that sounds like a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would they lie just to make him the Messiah if he's not? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, for the same reason that all religious leaders lie, the same reason why David Koresh lied, the same reason why Jim Jones lied, the same reason why Joseph Smith lied, because they're trying to start a religion.
Yeah, but what would they have had to benefit in that time?
The same benefit as anyone who started any religion. Money. Remember, early Christians were giving up all of their possessions and giving it to the commune. Some people liked the idea of having a king other than the Roman king. There are a lot of good reasons to start a religion. Well, there are a lot of reasons.
So would you say all the 300 and something prophecy, I think it's 365, is it? 365 Messianic prophecies, none of them
351
whatsoever?
351, and maybe only one of those prophecies are Messianic, and he didn't fulfill those. He didn't fulfill even one. In fact, I'll make you the same deal I made the guy earlier. Find me one actual Messianic prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, and now Venmo you $100 on the spot.
What about Psalm 116 verse 10?
What about it?
Will you speaks of the Holy One not seeing corruption.
So what? That's David. This is not a prophecy about the Messiah coming later. And corruption just means here, not meeting the grave, not going to Sheol. So this is thanksgiving for recovery from illness is what it's labeled by the editors. Because obviously this is somebody who was healed from illness. It could be about Hezekiah. Could be about David. I love the Lord because he has heard my voice and my supplications, because he inclined his ear to me. This is past tense. Someone saying, hey, I prayed and God heard me. Therefore, I will call on him as long as I live. The snares of death encompassed me. The pangs of Sheol laid hold on me. I suffered distress and anguish. Then I called on the name of the Lord. Oh Lord, I pray, save my life. Yeah, because this is a story about a guy who was suffering and prayed, and God healed him. Gracious is the Lord, and righteous our God is merciful. The Lord protects the simple. When I was brought low, he saved me. Return, O my soul, to your rest, for the Lord has dealt bountifully with you. For you have delivered my soul from death, my ears from tears, my feet from stumbling. I walk before the Lord in the land of the living, because he's living, not dead. I kept my faith even when I said, I am greatly afflicted. I said in my consternation, everyone is a liar, so on and so forth. I have no idea why we would think that this is about Jesus, just because it talks about somebody not dying.
Yeah, but doesn't the Bible sometimes kind of here a little, there a little, like it will go on sort of one tangent and then kind of skip to another and sort of
No,
like, so in other words, like a connect the dots?
no, doesn't do anything like
Because
that.
I know that. But what about the prophet of like Moses?
What about it? From Deuteronomy 18, that's
Uh,
Joshua.
yeah, that can be Joshua.
It
But
is
it says
Joshua.
he will put his, yeah, but it says he will put his words in. So Yahweh said he'll put his words in his mouth and he'll speak all that
He did. Joshua spoke for
he commands him.
Yahweh. Yeah, in
Yeah, but
Deuteronomy 30 and 31, he does in fact speak for Yahweh, as he does at the beginning of the book of Joshua.
yeah, but doesn't Jesus say he spoke words that he heard from God?
That's what it means to speak the words of God. God will put words in your mouth to speak. That's what he did with all of his prophets. All of his prophets had words placed in their mouth. That's why it was important at the beginning of Isaiah's ministry to have his mouth cleansed.
Yeah, but it's different for the prophets because they said, "Thus saith the Lord," but Jesus never says that.
You don't have to
He
say,
just
thus saith the
speaks.
Lord, to speak prophecy. Saul never did.
Why not?
When Saul prophesied in the book of Samuel, he didn't run around saying, thus saith the Lord.
Where's that?
When Saul prophesied, he went into prophetic frenzy when the Spirit of the Lord was placed on him in 1 Samuel chapter 10.
1 Samuel chapter 10. Interesting.
So you don't have to use the phrase, thus saith the Lord to do a prophecy. That's not how that works. You're allowed to. There's nothing wrong with doing it, but that's not like an actual requirement.
Yeah. So if the movement was a small movement in Galilee, obviously it would have been a small tradition in Galilee. How does Saul of Tarsus know about it? How did he find out about it? And why would he declare that Jesus is the Messiah, having known nothing about the Gospels? Because he doesn't mention much about the Gospels. I think he mentioned something in Luke, and that's probably it. But he doesn't mention anything else except for the tradition of the bread and the wine.
The
But he
Eucharist.
doesn't actually mention Jesus' teachings in the Gospels. How does he know about it?
So he knows
And
about
how does
it.
how does he come to that conclusion? Sorry.
He knows
I'm
about
just asking.
Jesus because his followers exist. Jesus' followers are still there. So Paul is doing his ministry. He falls off his horse, and then he has a period of about 14 years before he goes up to Jerusalem. But he's obviously aware of the Christians. The Jews were aware of these people. They were aware of Jesus. In fact, they wrote about it. Sanhedrin 43a documents what the Jews claim they did to Jesus and to some of Jesus's disciples. And so my suggestion is, just because it wasn't a large movement doesn't mean that they didn't know about it. There's a dozen Messianic movements that are mentioned by the Jewish leaders, and Jesus was just one of them.
Yeah, but why would Paul then start declaring he's the Messiah if he truly wasn't? Like,
Because
what did Paul see that
he had a near-death
that
experience.
no?
He fell off his horse,
Yeah.
he bumped his head, and had a near-death experience, and he was feeling guilty for persecuting Christians. And then because his overwhelming guilt and a near-death experience converged, he had one of those mystical experiences where his guilt, the thing that was troubling him, was confronted during his near-death experience, which is pretty common. A lot of people who have really sensitive areas of guilt, anxiety, or fear, that'll actually come up in their near-death experience.
What about Psalm 8:2?
What about it?
It
The
says,
one
"Out
that
of the
Jesus
mouth of babes."
misquotes?
Does he misquote it?
Sure does, yeah. Want to see it?
Out of the mouth of babes and nursing infants,
Yep.
you've ordained strength.
Yep. So in the Hebrew Bible, it says, you have set glory above the heavens, out of the mouth of babes and infants. You have founded a bulwark because of your foes, to silence the enemy and the avenger. But in the New Testament, he, again, because Jesus can't read Hebrew, quotes it from the Greek Septuagint. And the wording in the Greek Septuagint is quite a bit different. In fact, it's different enough that people have posited that it's possible that there were variant Hebrew manuscripts, and that the only Hebrew manuscript that survived just happens to be the one that we have that is, I would say, drastically different.
So, would they be doing some sort of Second Temple? Because I know in Second Temple literature, they get two prophecies and they mix them together and they sort of find a new fulfillment. Could that also be possible? What they were doing in the New Testament as well, seeing it was Second Temple era.
Yeah. Okay. So hold on. One thing that we both agree on here is that during the period of the Second Temple, especially the late Second Temple, like during the period of the Essenes and whatnot, the Jews, rather than admitting that their prophecies were failing, they just went into the prophecies and reworked them so that they would say something different than what they actually said. So one of the examples here, I've got in my Dead Sea Scrolls, I've got some of the Pesherim marked off. So here's a quote here from the Habakkuk Pesher. And it says from Habakkuk 1:6, I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, that brutal and reckless people. And they say this actually refers to the Katim, who are swift and mighty. So I just reject this outright. There's no good reason to believe that when the prophecies fail, you can just go in and rework them to be about something else, especially when it's entirely disconnected from the original context. If the prophecy of Habakkuk was about the Babylonians, I have no reason to think that it's also about the Greeks, 500 years later.
So obviously, because I'm a flirting Christian, so I was a Christian for 17 years. I left. I became
You should flirt with some of those Christian girls. They're pretty nice.
No, see, I was married and I lost my whole life and everything because of church.
I get that.
So I left the faith. I lost everything. So it was a hard experience to accept. But then
Sorry to
I
hear
thought
that,
to
man.
myself, well, and then I became an atheist. But I'm sort of looking for causes to defend what I used to believe. But I've been listening to you for like about a year now, and you've basically stripped a lot of my arguments away that I used to use. In fact, the more I listen to you, the more I start to realize how flimsy Christianity is and how flimsy the claims are. But more thing is, I want to try and hold to what could be a possible reality. In other words, like could they have seen Jesus and then could they have just reinterpreted based on what they saw from him? Because no one really knew who he was.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're a Jewish person and you've already committed yourself to the belief that Jesus is the Messiah, like facts be damned, you've just committed yourself to it, right?
Yeah.
Then you could definitely see where, like, if your special guy like gets killed and crucified, you might, oh my goodness, what's happening here? And then, like, in your grief, you're like scouring the Old Testament. Oh no, what? I thought this was the Messiah. Well, you could definitely find some stuff that vaguely sounds reminiscent about your guy, and like, oh, that's it. But I want to demonstrate to you real quick why I think that's a bad idea. So, kind of for a jest, I did this a long time ago, but it's a pretty good illustration. I've documented all kinds of prophecies from the Hebrew Bible that, as long as we get to ignore the original context, I could just apply them to me. I did a couple at the beginning of the stream, but here's another one. Psalm 95:11. Therefore, in my anger, I swore. Yeah, I did that earlier today. I was angry at a guest this morning on the Unapologetic show because he was being obtuse, and I cussed at him. But like, these are the types of prophecies that we get for Jesus in the New Testament. They're just like random, out of context quotations. And if Jesus can do that, why can't I? Psalm 119:104. Through your precepts, I get understanding. Therefore, I hate every false way. Well, that's about me. I hate every false way because I believe that words mean words. And that, if the Bible says that the Messiah is going to do something, the Messiah actually has to do something. So like if you're just like going into the Hebrew Bible saying, here's some stuff that vaguely sounds like me or like my favorite dude, it's pretty easy to work yourself into a position where you've got hundreds of supposed verses that are like foreshadowing whatever thing you want. In fact, I did it. Last thing I'll say, sorry. I did this a long time ago with the word rock. So I did a live stream like maybe 2 years ago now called Jesus First Pet Rock. And I went through the Hebrew Bible and I documented all these passages that talk about God being rocks. And I built up a whole thesis, a 3-page thesis about how God is actually a rock. And you can do that as long as you're willing to kind of ignore the context and the idioms and things like that. So like there's nothing in the Hebrew Bible that you can't take out of it, as long as you're just willing to ignore the plain reading of the text and the actual context in which it was written.
What about Isaiah 53? Isaiah 53 has some unique wording and some unique sayings, and so how can that apply to anyone else bar Jesus?
Well, easy.
In other words,
because it's not about a human being. So
Yeah.
Isaiah 53 is about the corporate nation of Israel, specifically the righteous remnant of Israel. And I'll give you, I think, without going through the entire thing, I'll give you the strongest reason to hold that interpretation.
Yep.
And the strongest reason is because the guy who wrote chapter 52 and chapter 53, whoever wrote Isaiah, he tells you who the servant is on 9 different occasions, actually 10. So in 41, 8, and 9, he says, "You Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen." And then in 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I've chosen." 44, 1 and 2, 44:21, also 45, 4. He says it again in 48:20. 48:20 is one of my favorites because I think it paints the picture of what chapter 52 and 53 are actually about. He says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, and proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth. Say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So this idea that the servant there's like this plan of salvation and redemption through the servant. This is because God says he's redeeming his servant from Babylonian captivity, and then he's going to exalt his servant. And he says in chapter 56, nations that don't even know you are going to run to you because the Lord your God has exalted you. So it just seems like if you're reading the context of Isaiah rather than just reading just that one chapter, I think it's pretty clear what's happened is that the nation of Israel is being personified as God's servant, which happens in Isaiah and in Jeremiah, by the way. I'll add, if you read through Jeremiah, the nation of Israel gets personified as God's servant quite a few times. So I don't really have a good reason to get to chapter 53 and say, well, given all the context I know, I'm just going to ignore all that and say, no, there's actually a human being that's going to come 700 years later that is actually the servant.
What about the claim that the servant within the servant? So you've got Israel, which is according to Isaiah, is the servant. But then you've got in Isaiah 42, I believe it's 18 to 19, that
I love that passage.
they're actually deaf. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there's 2 servants. There's a servant within the servant, and one of them is the nation of Israel, and one of them is the righteous remnant of Israel. And there's another case to be made that one of the other servants is the prophet himself. And the reason is because over and over again in the prophetic text, God talks about the prophets and says that the prophets are his servant. So I don't really have a good reason to not include, if I could, the writer of the text as a servant. In fact, even Jeremiah talks about himself as basically a suffering servant. In fact, he was cut off from the land of the living, it was said, because he suffered righteously alongside of the unrighteous. But I love 42 for this reason. I want to take you to 42, and I want to show you a really interesting part that I think is overlooked, and I think it's important to recognize. So something happens in, sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to find the NRSV Standard Edition, because the NRSV Standard Edition already removed this dumb correction that shouldn't have been corrected. Maybe it's still in the New King James Version. Let me see if it retains it there. New King James is usually quite literal with their translations. I want 24 and 25 for the verses. It should still be there the same. Yeah, the New King James didn't translate this out. So there's a really interesting thing that happens. Scholars like John D. Watts has argued in his commentary on Isaiah that Deutero-Isaiah is actually like a call and response. That it's kind of like you can envision it like a play, like there's different characters talking to other characters. And I think one of the things that might lend credence to this idea is chapter 42. Listen to what happens here with all these pronouns. Who gave Jacob for plunder and Israel to the robbers? Was it not the Lord? He against whom we have sinned. So now we have a we have sinned, right? Then he says, for they would not walk in his ways. Wait a minute. He just said we have sinned and they would not walk in his ways. What a weird change of pronouns. Isn't he one of the people? And then it says, nor were they observant to his law. Therefore, he has poured out on him. Oh, now, listen, now the corporate people are a him. Like the nation of Israel, or this group of people, is now a him. So what we find in Isaiah, at least Deutero-Isaiah, is when talking about the nation of Israel, the author jumps back and forth between calling it a they, between calling it a him, and also saying we, including himself, the author, as part of the they and the him. So I say all this to say this. It seems like the author of Deutero-Isaiah understands that the nation of Israel can be personified as a singular entity and is very carefree about just going back and forth between using different pronouns for the same entity.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh, it was interesting. Because when I've actually debated against Christians, but I've also debated against atheists, same point. And Christians seem to not have the answer for it. Like everything I've brought up to them, they don't have answers. Like I'm actually challenging. I got my own YouTube channel, and I challenge Christians, and they don't have any answers. And I'm thinking to myself, how can I be so certain about something so clear to me before? Clear, I use that very loosely. And then when I'm hearing people like you and Bible Guy and all those others, I'm just like,
yeah, Bible Guy's good. Dalton?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it just kind of it spins me out the fact that I could have. I don't know that I used to believe this stuff. I still try and defend it, but it's getting harder the more videos you do.
Yeah. I used to do the same thing. You know, when I was deconstructing, I used to love watching videos, like apologetic videos, that tried to salvage the faith, but also be true to what the Bible really says. But the reality is, the more of the Bible, especially the Hebrew Bible, that you let be true, like if the Hebrew Bible is 100% true, which obviously is not, but if the Hebrew Bible is 100% true, then this means that Jesus could never be the Messiah. He doesn't fit a single qualification for the Messiah. But like, if we say, oh, I don't know if the Hebrew Bible is true, but the New Testament's true, well, that doesn't fix it because the New Testament says the Hebrew Bible is true. So if you have this inevitable consequence that the Hebrew Bible is the main authority here, you'll never get to Jesus being the Messiah unless you go into the Hebrew Bible and say none of these words actually mean what they say, and we don't have to worry about the context either.
So is that why they invented the second coming, or?
Nailed it! Thank you! Yes, even when I was a Christian, I recognized this. So when I was in Bible college, I was lucky enough that I was able to get a New Testament class just on the book of Revelation. And I never was fond of the book of Revelation. I thought it was stupid. I thought it was a waste of time. But I was happy to take just a class on the book of Revelation. And the thing that I noticed the most is so much of the book of Revelation seems to be made up of prophecies from the Hebrew Bible that the author clearly understood didn't get fulfilled yet. It's almost like the author of Revelation, or actually I think there were multiple authors, they almost knew the problem. They knew that there was these messianic hopes, these messianic prophecies that were in the Hebrew Bible that needed to be fulfilled that Jesus didn't do. And they're like, oh, actually, we're going to fix it because he's going to come back imminently and do all this shit. And so And I can see why they would do that, because like it's either you give up hope in this messianic guy, or you say no, all the stuff he didn't do, he's about to come back and do it. Just you wait, hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah. And so would that explain the Matthew 16 verse 27 to 28?
Yep.
Would that explain that blunder?
Yep, and Matthew 24 verses 29 through 34, and Matthew 10:23. It explains. It even explains, and this is why I think those verses are original to Jesus's teachings, because it can only be explained by a group of believers shortly after the death of Jesus, who were like, no, it's okay. He said he was going to die and come back within this generation. Sometime within this generation, it's going to be okay. And then when you read Paul's later letters, like Second Thessalonians, and especially Peter, although Peter wasn't written by Peter, that's preposterous. But they're all like, no, it's okay. He's coming back. He said he's coming back. He's coming. I know it's been a long time, but don't worry. We're at the precipice. I think the reason why we see this this view in these later texts is because people are rightfully panicking, trying to figure out, hey, the guy said he's coming back within this generation. The generation's about to fucking close out. Where's he at?
So do you think they panicked when they were writing it, and it was basically just like, in other words, a damage control?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Could Jesus have been sincere, but sometimes wrong? I know you mentioned that he John 3:13. I know you mention that all the time, but could he have been sincerely wrong?
Yeah.
That's why I think he's a human being. In other words, I think he meant well, but he made mistakes. But that doesn't mean he did anything wrong. It just means he made mistakes, just like every other human. But could he still have resurrected, but not physically? Like,
I
could
don't
it
know what
actually been a spiritual resurrection?
I don't know what it means to do a spiritual resurrection. I do know this. Even if Jesus physically and spiritually and bodily all resurrected, I still don't think it means that he was the Messiah. If you look at the Hebrew Bible, there's a bunch of people that get resurrected without any connection to their divinity. The Shunammite woman's son, the son that Elisha lays on top of, mouth to mouth, hand to hand. A bunch of people get resurrected, and it's not a sign that they're divine or that they're Messiah. It's just a sign that God is going to do something. And if that's the case, I think it makes a good case if we go to Deuteronomy 17 or 13 rather. I think the text itself makes a good case that somebody coming and doing miracles is not a sign of messianic expectation. If there arises among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and he gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes to pass, of which he spoke to you, saying, let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them, you shall not listen to the words of that prophet or the dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, so on and so forth. So it seems to me like a resurrection is actually expected in the event that a false prophet is going to come along and do wonders and signs.
Yeah. So what about the testimony of the angels? So obviously in Mark 16, we know it finishes at verse 8. Later on it goes to verse 17, I think. But it finished at verse 8 originally, but the angel said in verse 7 that he's going to meet them in Galilee. And then you look in Matthew and he actually meets them in Galilee, but it's not a physical meeting. It's more of a some believe, some doubt.
Yeah,
So
and
kind of
even at the end, if you read Mark 16:16, I believe. Give me a second. He who believes and is baptized will be saved, but he who does not believe will be condemned, which is interesting. The people who haven't seemed are going to be condemned. And these signs will follow those who believe. In my name they will cast out demons, they will walk and speak in new tongues, and they will take up serpents, and if they drink anything deadly, it will by no means hurt them, and they will lay hands and people in the river recover. This was an expectation that didn't come true, although this isn't the exact quote that I was looking for. Give me 1 second to get back to that. I was looking for the quote in the end of Matthew 28, I bet, where it says that even after Jesus revealed himself to the disciples again, they didn't believe. After he's risen. All right. Jesus came and spoke to them, saying, "All authority has been given to me in heaven and on earth. Go therefore and make disciples of all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I've commanded you. And lo, I'm with you to end of the age." So, hold on. Where's the part talked about I didn't believe him? Great Commission. Oh, there we go. Verse 16. I was like 2 verses too late. Okay. Sorry about the delay there. Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee to the mountain, which Jesus had appointed for them. When he saw them, they worshipped him, but some doubted. So interesting. They worshipped the resurrected Jesus, the disciples did. But even after meeting the resurrected Jesus, you're like, fucking no. That sounds sketchy. What's going on here? And so what a weird thing, right? For the disciples to see this supposed resurrected Messiah and still be like, seems off.
Yeah, that is bizarre. But then you got Luke, how Luke embellishes how he's got a physical body. John eat fish, all that kind of stuff, and then you've got the Acts chapter 1 where he descends into heaven. Ascends into heaven. Yeah, it's for me. It's still a journey. I'm trying to defend it. I thought I'd come on and do a better job, but no, I actually suck. I suck worse than I've ever sucked.
You're not
The reason
sucking.
why is because your arguments are too good. Like your channel's too good, your arguments are too good, and it's just like I'm always trying to find ways to debunk yours. So I listen to you, I hear your arguments, I go, maybe I can come this angle. No, never mind.
Yeah, it's okay. Here's the thing. I spent 20 years as a Christian, went to Bible college and seminary. I believed this thing with all that I had, and the reality is, the reason why I left is not because I wanted to sin. It wasn't because I didn't love Jesus. It was because the evidence that is in the Bible is such piss poor evidence. Nobody would accept it for any other religion, not a single one. But they'll accept it for the one that they grew up with. And I just had to come to grips with reality. Am I going to follow this religion in spite of the Bible, even though I know the Bible's not true? Or am I just going to be like, hey, this is bullshit. I'm not going to be part of this religion anymore. And eventually I had to be honest with myself. Listen, this religion is a religion of the book. If the book is nonsense, the religion is nonsense.
Oh, I guess I'm on my deconstructing phase. I've started deconstructing since 2025, sorry, but I've sort of tried to pull myself. I kind of looped back in, but now I'm still deconstructing. I'm trying to find ways to make it true, at the same time stay intellectually honest to the text.
Yeah, I get it. And I did the same thing. My not to scare you, my deconstruction took almost 10 years. So, like it's a long journey. Some people deconstruct quickly, some people deconstruct slowly. The key though is that you're doing the reading, you're putting the work in, and then at the end of the day you're being honest. And to be honest, even with your work, don't just go to apologetic web pages and then say, "Oh, that's what they gave me the answer I needed. I'm done now." No, read the actual academic resources. See what academics say. So for example, like on these nonsensical claims that you've heard, like Genesis 3:15 and 16 is a curse about Satan and and Jesus given the seed, right? But if you read most scholarly works, they're going to be like, no, that's not what's happened here. This isn't a curse. This is what's going to happen between snakes and human beings. So like here's a probably one of the most popular commentary series on Genesis by Klaus Westermann. It's a 3-volume series. This is just for Genesis 1 through 11. And he basically just says the same thing on the section about the serpent. The meaning of the curse over the serpent is that it's being separated from the rest of the animal kingdom because of its form and way of living. This is how W. Thotroff explains here in verse 411 and blah, 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 has a sense. Okay, so most of like the real academic scholars, and this guy's a real Christian, most of like the academic scholarly types are like, no. If we're going to be true to what this text says, we need to interpret it in light of the context it was given. There's no reason to read Satan into Genesis 3:15. That's just what Christians are doing because it makes them feel good at night. But there's no grammatical or textual reason to ever do that. And so I think reading the scholarly literature is the best pathway out of Christianity, to be fair.
So would you recommend a good book that I can sort of start with and then kind of move from there? Because like this is all I've ever known. I've never known anything else. In my marriage, that's all I ever knew. And then when I sort of exited the faith, I lost everything. So for me,
Right.
it's a scary thing to say the fact that there's no one coming to save me. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of like, 'cause that's where I'm at the moment. I'm at like a do or die situation in my own personal life, and it's like, do you know what I mean? Like I either give up hope or I pull myself together and do it somehow. But I was hoping some sky man could help me.
So that's the hard thing. And I remember, getting to that point myself. Like, one of the things that was comforting to me as a young man, I lost my father when I was younger. The thing that was comforting to me was like knowing I'd see him again. When I stopped believing, it was one of those things where I had to reopen all those wounds because like, oh no, I'm not going to get to see my loved ones again. Oh no, I'm not going to live forever. These are difficult things to swallow, and especially when they're new to you. I remember many days after I finally came to the end of my realization where I was just 100% convinced that this religion wasn't true and there was no God. There were moments of panic and anxiety, not sleeping for weeks on end. But eventually you recenter yourself. Eventually you get through it. It's not that every day moving forward will ever be, you're never going to think about it again. Sometimes, it'll pop up. Sometimes I'll be sit in bed late one night and something will say, I'll hear something and it'll pop in my head again. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm going to die one day. But like for the most part, it doesn't really bother me like it used to. So all I can say is like most of us that have deconstructed have kind of been where you're at right now, and we're with you. It sucks. I'm sorry that you're going through it, but I can guarantee you that it will get better. The people that have gone through it and have a couple years distance from it, I can say, we're in a healthy place and we wouldn't regret what we went through. But please do, like, I highly recommend joining our Discord if you just need some friends to talk to about this particular topic that aren't going to give you a hard time for asking questions and finding answers. And then if you are feeling anxiety or panic or anything like that, there's nothing embarrassing about just talking to a medical professional. If you need to take something temporary or permanently for anxiety, nothing wrong with that. There's a huge portion of the world population that are currently taking supplements to help them deal with anxiety and other problems. So don't let something like that stand in the way. It's okay to go through difficult time periods. You can't be happy every day of your life.
So just one more thing. What about hell? Because that's the thing that scares me the most. Hell freaks me out, man. Because I don't want to go. Do you know
I get
what I
it.
mean? But I just need to know it's not real.
Well, let me ask you a question.
That's why I cling to this thing.
I totally get that. Yeah. What percentage on a scale from 1 to 10, maybe not percentage, on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being not at all and 10 being the most, how afraid are you of going to Muslim hell?
0.
Yeah, because you don't believe in it, right? So your fear of hell will naturally dissipate once you get to the point where you're completely convinced that this religion isn't true. Your fear of hell right now is somewhat still there because you're like, it could still be true. I could be wrong, right? So once you get to that point where you've done the study and you've intellectually realized, like, no, this is not feasible. It doesn't make sense. And you're just going to stop believing in hell naturally. Once you stop believing in hell, you're not going to be afraid of that thing anymore.
What about the fear of death?
Yeah,
I'm
not sure
because I've had 3 near-death experiences. So for me, it's like it's more real than ever.
Yeah, I get it. I've had quite a few of them. I remember my last 2. Here's what I can say about that. Death is always scary. It's scary to everybody. I know there are some people that aren't afraid of it. I get that. There are some atheists that are not afraid of death. I can't tell you that I'm one of them. It's not necessarily that I'm afraid of death. It's more like I'm pissed off that I have to die, right? Like I'm on this train. I like this train. I want to stay on the train. I'm pissed off that one day I have to get off this train. So I'm not necessarily afraid of death, but I hate the idea that I don't have a choice. Like I can't decide to not die, right?
Yeah.
So the thing that I did when I started coming to grips with this idea that I'm just not going to live forever is I just decided I'm going to live every fucking day to the fullest. I'm going to make every day a day worth living, and I'm going to make it so that the people around me are having a day that they think is worth living. I'm not going to be a drag on people. I'm going to help people. I'm going to try to make sure that people are getting what they need to enjoy their life. And so I don't know how many days I have. I don't know which day I'm going to die, but I'm not fucking dead today, and I'm going to live the shit out of this day.
Yeah, so the reason why I flimmed and floundered at first, because you've taken all my arguments. I'm trying to gather some together, and it's just like they're just not holding. The things I thought were strong, they just don't hold.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
what I want to do. I want to kind of take my arguments to you and test them, because I know you're very rigorous and you're very strict on how you see things. So I want to try and take them to you, see whether they stick. Because if it's true, it should withstand scrutiny, like it
Yeah.
should.
I mean, that was my position. When I was a Christian, I had
Yeah.
people that would criticize me for reading all kinds of books that were against Christianity, or maybe were too scholarly and maybe too middle of the road. But my thought was like this: listen, if Christianity is true, it doesn't matter what I read. I should be able to read it, and
Yeah.
Christianity every time should be the truest thing. But unfortunately, that's not how that works. Every time you learn something new that's actually true, it seems like the Bible can't hold up to it.
Well, thank you so much, Justin. Thank you so much for your patience with my really piss poor arguments.
No, you're fine, Nathan. It's not a problem with you. It's a problem with Christianity. You're not the problem. You're a smart man. The problem is that Christianity just doesn't have any solutions.
It doesn't have any intellectual answers. That's why I sound
Right.
stupid, because I'm trying to come up with the strongest Christian answer, and they sound dumb to me.
Yeah. Imagine for a second, and this is the last thing I'll say. Imagine for a second, if you will, that you grew up and your mom told you all your life, until you were an adult, don't listen. Whatever you do, don't eat the watermelon seeds. A watermelon can grow in your stomach, and you were surrounded by other people all your life that were convinced if you ate watermelon seeds, watermelons will grow in your stomach. Well, listen, you're going to go to school one day and you're going to meet people that are like, listen, watermelons aren't going to grow in your stomach. And you might have these really dumb fucking arguments. No, they will grow in your stomach, and here's why. But eventually science will catch up with you. Eventually you'll learn enough that you're like, okay, actually watermelons don't grow in your stomach. The same way happens with religion. It's pounded in your head growing up. Everybody else believes it. And then like when you start realizing it might not be true, you're like, oh my God, well, what are the arguments that would make this thing true? So you try out these arguments. But eventually science and logic always catch up, and you realize, oh yeah, I guess watermelon seeds can't grow in my stomach.
Yeah, sorry about I thought you were getting frustrated because of the weak arguments, but I was just testing arguments just to see what holds and what doesn't, because not much holds at the moment.
No. I wasn't mad at all at the arguments. Listen, none of the arguments that are coming up on this live stream are going to be good. That's why like I'm still an atheist. If the arguments for Christianity were good, I'd be a Christian.
Yeah, me too. All right. Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it, mate.
Sure thing. Cheers, buddy.
See you, mate. Bye.
Oh, nice guy. All right, listen, friends. I said I was going to be done by 10. I think I actually have just enough time to read what's left of my super chats and close the thing out. Sorry I can't stream late tonight. This is kind of an Easter special. Thank you so much for being with me. I really do appreciate that. And thank you for supporting my channel. Thank you so much for supporting my work. I really do appreciate that. And I love getting to interact with the community. Also, if you are on the West Coast and you're interested in going to the California meetup, there's still time left. Although you got to get it on the schedule. Go to the California meetup in the Discord and check with Crystal to see if there's still room left. I think we're going to max out at 24 people. JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Bryce Aroni, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Riley seems like an honest Christian. I agree. We've had 3 of them tonight that seemed really kind and honest. Rare oxymoron, who is possibly deconstructing? He's asking questions through a critical lens, which is good. Exactly. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being critical. Being critical doesn't mean that you automatically talk bad about something. Being critical just means that you look at it and you're scrutinizing, hey, what's actually real here? What's happening? That's what it means to be critical. Miss Meg, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I love snakes and educate others about them. Obviously, aside from Doug, Asclepius is my other god. Stones and snakes. Rock hard for Doug, rock hard for snakes. I love that. I should get a snake in the pantheon. To be fair, hold on. To be fair, is there not a good reason to leave Medusa out? Listen, Medusa had snakes for hair, and what did she do? You fucking looked at her; she turned to stone. and Doug is made from stone, which means the only thing you can conclude is that Medusa is part of Doug and Sharon's pantheon. They obviously are partakers in that divine nature. So I think we just found a new member of the pantheon, y'all. CS Design, good to see you, my friend. Huge grace to you all the way from the cold white north, although it probably is getting close to springtime up there. Matthew Schaefer says, Dr. Pepsi peeps for the win. I thought they were tasty. I haven't eaten a peep in so long, but when I saw the Dr. Pepper peeps come out, I think last year or the year before, I was like, fuck, I got to try that. I like Dr. Pepper. Y'all know I like Dr. Pepper. Miss Scribbles by Janice. Hey, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, oh, Justin, most marshmallows aren't vegetarian. Peeps are certainly not. Meat candy like gummy bears. Wait, what? Marshmallows are not vegetarian? Oh my gosh, hold on.
No, they're still made with gelatin.
Oh, the new ones probably. Oh shit. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I bet it is made with gelatin. Let's see. Typically, marshmallows are made from sugar, water, and gelatin whipped in a soft, spongy texture. Yeah. I'm going to have to start getting some like actual mallow root and making some homemade marshmallows, or just find a recipe that doesn't do that. We'll see. And the gelatin typically comes from bovine bone, right? Or is that pig bone? I forget.
Usually bovine, but occasionally you might get some other stuff.
Okay. That's a fair point. I didn't consider gelatin. And now that you're bringing it up, I literally had Jello recently. It just didn't, for some reason, it didn't dawn on me that this was an animal product. But now that you mentioned it, thank you, Scribbles. I'll make sure and stay away from gelatin. There are alternatives that you can use other than gelatin. Lots of stuff. Xanthan gum, the stuff pectin in apples. There's a lot of binders you can use out there. Even jiggly binders. You don't really need gelatin. Roy Williams, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Deep Burrito says, where's my chocolate egg? Listen, I didn't know that anyone required a chocolate egg for this live stream. I do love a good Cadbury egg. I will say this, though, and the Europeans are going to hate me, and I'm sorry. I don't think Cadbury makes good chocolate. I like the inside of the Cadbury egg. If it was me, I would take the Cadbury egg and put it inside of some good chocolate. But Deep Burrito, if you like them, more power to your friend. Only LC says, you're 1 time, 2 times, 3 times my savior. I know that song. Thank you. That's 1 time, 2 times, 3 times a lady, if I remember correctly, the title. Faith plus 1. Faith plus 1. Hey, isn't that the band from South Park? Hold on, I got to find that. Or is that the name of the band that sang that? Hold on. What was the name of the Christian band from South Park? It was Faith plus 1. Yeah, that was such a great episode. I'd play it, but I'd get demonetized and taken down pretty much immediately. Christian rock episode, Rock Hard for Doug. Thank you for that. One of my favorite things ever is when South Park touches religion. Every time South Park touches religion, it's a masterpiece. Captain Howdy, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, you're cracking me up. Thanks, Doug, for you. Hey, thank you, Captain Howdy. And I should be cracking some people up with this Eucharist today. I've got a Eucharist in the form of matzah and Kraken. This blood and body friend are for you. Now, to be fair, if you're part of my cult, Kraken is not a requirement. You can, if you want to do wine, you can do wine for your blood. That's fine too. But unfortunately, you do need some kind of a wafer. Just saying. There's a reason for that. We don't need to go into it, but listen, wafers obviously have that divine spirit. The only thing, guys, remember, the only thing that defeats rock is paper. So that's why the only communion you're allowed to consume in the name of Doug, obviously, is going to be the wafer. So. Also, Handsome Cat, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says 3 equals 1 because it's 3 and means 3 things. Jay Dyer. Oh God, Jay Dyer. Listen, here's the thing. I want to believe that Jay Dyer is smart and that he's just like grifting, right? But sometimes I don't know. I saw one of his recent response videos against like Professor Dave, and I was like, this guy doesn't sound bright to me. Maybe he fucking is. Maybe he's smart. I don't know about it. But like, it's weird to me. Like, there are smart people in the world that take presup apologetics seriously. And Jack Patterson, thank you for the super chat. Science is natural philosophy. Interesting. That's a fair point. Phil Bros think linguistic philosophy trumps it. Pun intended for the doves. That's pretty good. So here's the thing. I agree with you. What the presup and the other Phil Bros that come on here, they're not really doing philosophy. They're playing word games. They're like, how can I wrangle words in the right way to smuggle in concepts that I can get somebody to agree to accidentally that supports my worldview? That's basically what's happened. And Chris says most philosophy majors are atheists, and they often seem calm and collected. It mainly seems to specifically be these Christian Phil Bros being arrogant. I agree. In fact, I did check, give me a second, recently a survey of philosophers. It's from 2020. And I took a couple of screenshots of some of the survey results. Here's one interesting. Let me see, where that. Or did I not take a picture of it? There was one in here, one part of the survey, whether or not they were atheists or religious, and the majority of them were definitely atheists. So I thought that was really funny. I guess I didn't take a picture of it, but the survey is easy enough to find. I can find it again. Maybe I'll post it up on the resources section of the cheat sheet. It was a 2020 survey of atheists, of philosophy people. It was pretty cool. In fact, let me just fucking get it real quick. Hold on. Let's see. 2020 survey of philosophers. Yeah, by Phil Papers, survey 2020. This is the survey I was specifically referring to. And there's a lot of really interesting findings in this particular survey. They've got lots of charts and stuff like going on in here. So like one of the things is, let's see, here are the questions that they asked. So let's see, abstract objects, Platonism or nominalism. Turned out most of them agree with nominalism. Aesthetic value, objective or subjective. Aim of philosophy. And then one of these, let's see, is going to be about atheism. There we go. God, atheism or theism. And it turned out that the vote was 66.9% leaned or accepted atheism, and only 18.9% leaned towards or accepted theism. That's a pretty huge divide among professional philosophers. So these goofballs trying to use philosophy to prove God don't even agree with the consensus of their own field. Handsome Cat says, can we just take a moment to appreciate that we made it out of the firmament and are headed to the moon as we speak? Let's go Artemis 2. Actually, no, Handsome Cat, it's a hoax. It's all CGI. The firmament stopped them. You've never seen it. It's all, no one was there. It's all fake. It's on television. Lewis Cypher says, earlier you asked if Satan burps. Oh, interesting answer. Yes, I do. Love your justice for snake streams. Thank you, Lewis. I appreciate that. We haven't done the Justice for Satan one in a while, but we need to. It was really good. It's fun because in the Justice for Snake live stream, we get to conclude, we get to accept this idea that Satan was in the garden. Because remember, for that live stream, it's actually internal critique about Satan on Christianity. And in Christianity, they believe Satan was in the garden. Martin Papetera says, happy bunny day. Well, happy bunny day to you, friend. Hop, hop, motherfuckers. Gavin Berry says, all hail Justin, the King of Kings. Amen. Hallelujah. I will take your tithes in worship. Thank you very, very much, Gavin, for your tithe. And also Martin with additional super chat. Thank you. Says, who was the beautiful and mysterious woman in the black dress on Friday night? Well, she's been going by the name Scissor Woman. There are many names of the mysterious woman. I don't know if she is okay with me revealing her identity, other than that she is a divine entity, a demigod, if you will. And that would explain the fascination with her. And it would also explain how she ended up in my presence mysteriously out of nowhere. So
I love that.
oh boy. Anyways, there are some people in the community who actually know. And if you know, you know. You'll just have to figure it out. Thank you, though, for asking. Listen, a lot of us are quite, what's the word, taken aback by Scissor Woman, and I don't blame you. Chip, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, all hail Justin, the prophesied Messiah, the anointed prophet of Doug and Sharon Stone. Praise the holy barbecued sacrificial Crimzombians, who aroma pleases Doug and Sharon. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. That is the case. Doug loves a good pleasing aroma. In fact, before this live stream, I actually did an incense offering inside of my my special incense egg, since it was Easter time. 700 Bicina human suit. Interesting. Hey, thank you for the $10 super chat and beautiful puppers you got there. Why did the woman go to the tomb of Joe and Nick wrapped and spiced the body before putting Jesus in there, as stated in John? I think this might be a joke in here, but I don't know who Joe and Nick are referring to. Are you suggesting that there was two people in the tomb that was removed and Jesus' body is put in there? Dougal, do you know what they're trying to ask here?
No, that's what? I'm sitting here trying to figure out who Joe and Nick are and wrapped in spice.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there either.
Yeah, you have to explain that one. They're bees in a human suit.
Yeah, I don't get that one, friend. But thank you for supporting the stream and for the tithes and offerings, and as well as Atlas. Thank you, Atlas, for sending out 1 and 2 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, and so do the people who got memberships. And Shozo Hirono, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Justin is the Messiah, and Doug is his rock. Lifelong atheist here, and your perspective helps a lot. Not sure if they'll work with my Muslim girlfriend and my Capuchin uncle. We will see. Thank you. Well, listen. The case for Islam is not any better than Christianity, especially because they're kind of built on Judaism and Christianity, and neither one of those are true. Nevertheless, though, there are some really good live streams you can bounce around to get talking points against the Muslim God. We do it here too, just not as much as the Christian God. But best of luck to you. That's a tough one. And former Prophet Nathan, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Happy Zombie Day to you. Hope everyone's doing well. Took your advice, started telling all of our friends in our disc golf group that we love each other, and now it's a thing. Love you and the community. Rock hard for Doug. We'll love you too, former Prophet Nathan. That's what I was saying earlier. Listen, we don't know how long we're going to get on this earth. There's no point in not telling your friends that you love them. If you have friends in your life that you love them, just tell them you love them every now and then. It's a beautiful thing. And listen, you'd be surprised. Like the amount of people that are going to be like, "Oh, that's weird." They're actually not that very large. Most people actually appreciate when you communicate your feelings to them. Sand Sensibility, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Oh my God, are you sitting there eating sacrament crackers and wine? LOL. Boss move. Justin Saya, holy king of monks. Indeed, here's the thing. I'm the Messiah. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm the Lord over the Sabbath, and I'm the Lord over the Eucharist. What are you going to do, Jesus? Come down and stop me, Jesus. Where's your God now, Christians? You can't stop me because I'm the true Messiah. And Skeptic Gus, good to see you, says, I believe Augustine is usually credited with formalizing the omnis. They did formalize pretty early. So when we're talking about these omni-God concepts, these were taken from like different forms of philosophy pretty early on in the early church. They were trying really hard to marry Christianity with popular philosophy of their time. They failed miserably, but they tried. And Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat, says, thanks for adding t-shirts to the store. Just received my cheat sheet computer mat. Excited to piss off my family on holidays. Rock hard for Doug. That's what I'm talking about, Fred. And I do, inside of the gift shop, I've been slowly re-adding the stuff that I used to have in my old gift shop. And it's really, to be fair, it's just a much better company. So the products are actually
Just
getting
received
shipped
my cheat
appropriately and making it to their destination in the appropriate amount of time. But I'll show you what I'm talking about. I've got, let's see, help. I'm on the page. Usually when you're on the page, it'll just show you the gift shop. Let me go to the home page. I've got some stuff that I added up into the merch shop that I think people will appreciate. So obviously I've got Doug's Pretzel Factory mug, classic. The Phil Bro Tears mug, classic. Cooking with Doug mug, classic. But you know what? There's more actually in the gift shop. I've got a bunch of cool stuff in here. I've got now, I re-added the stickers for Doug. I added stickers for Baby Paste. I have a refrigerator magnet for Baby Paste. I'm starting to put together some Bible quote mugs as well. This is one of my favorites. Your hair is like a flock of goats. Song of Solomon 4:1. Fantastic Bible reference. We also have a new magnet as well, born out of one of my favorite sayings. Motherfucker. You can get one of these motherfucker magnets for $6.66 and put that shit on somebody's fridge that you don't like. We also have now Cooking with Doug aprons. You can get an apron, go into your kitchen, and cook literally with Doug. Go make some fucking pretzels with Doug and make Doug proud. And I did add in some of our classic shirts like this, like the Doug's Pretzel Factory shirt. But I also did some more nondescript, there's another Doug's, some nondescript like everyday shirts that just have like the logo. It's just a logo. If you know, you know. It's like wearing a work shirt. For those who want to rep Doug, but not that interested in large patterns. Like me, I like a lot of plain clothes. Anyways, the gift shop is growing, friends. I'm adding more and more to it every day, and it's going to be a lot of fun. This mug here will be in the gift shop shortly. This is my my Jesus. He came, he lied, he died, end of story mug. I'm a big fan of this particular mug. We'll have it up in the gift shop shortly. Anyways, thank you for your attention to this matter. And Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. In response to the Easter story, saw a study that said that a single large cloth would take a team of 20 people 80 hours to weave in antiquity. Yeah, you take it. Of course you would. That's why all the stories we have of people getting captured or dying in antiquity depicts their clothes being stolen off their damn bodies. Oh, Bertram, thank you for the media shower. When people died in war, they went and collected the clothes. Josephus, when Josephus recounts the story of Exodus 17 and Moses fighting against the Amalekites, in Josephus' story, they go and take all the clothing and armor and weaponry off of the Amalekites. They go and strip the bodies of the slain, because that's what you did. When you killed somebody or you captured them, you took their good shit. And that means you took their clothing too. Bobby, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, it's my birthday. Happy birthday to you. How do we know I'm not the Messiah? Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, make the case for you being the Messiah, and we can be fucking co-Messiahs if you're the Messiah. And Illuminate Atheism, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, is it possible Paul wasn't a Pharisee and claimed the title later? It just seems like Paul throws out all Jewish tradition in a whim. I agree, Illuminate. I'm not convinced that the Paul of the New Testament is that much of a Jew. Seems to be like either a liar or a faker, or he is too dumb to know how bad of a Jew he was. That's my take on it. I would highly recommend on this particular topic checking out Tovia Singer. Tovia Singer, an actual Jewish rabbi, is not at all impressed with Paul. And Chodicus Maximus says, happy Easter. Remember, Jesus was a total bromosexual. Easter is crazy too. It does make you wonder why God was so afraid of yeast. And it seems to be he might have been afraid of yeast because he knew it would cause people to rise. So Jesus wasn't the Son of God. Jesus was like the nemesis of God. He was so full of yeast that the ground couldn't hold him. And God, that's why God all this time, the Hebrew God all this time was like, get the fucking yeast out of here. Because in a couple thousand years, some jackass full of yeast is going to float up into the clouds. And so that explains why he doesn't like yeast. Chodicus says, I demand the revelation contained in Justin 3:16. you know what? You're going to have to pray for that one. A wicked and perverse generation asks for a sign. And Godwin says, it's a return of the Messiah costume. Love the get up. Truly inspiring. Happy Heathen Easter, Justin. Well, thank you. It was either this or I was going to debate in rabbit ears. I wasn't sure which was going to be the goal. I almost fucking just did a Q&A. I wasn't really sure if there'd be interest in doing actual debates tonight, being that it was Easter, but we got some stuff. I think it turned out the way I thought it would, which is that the less serious Christians didn't really come up to debate because they're busy, like, fucking celebrating Easter. Which I get that. You're going to do that. Most of my family's Christian, and for the most part, we would be off celebrating Easter somewhere. Chodicus Maximus with an additional super chat. Thank you so much, my friend, for the $50 super chat. That's monumental, my friend. Says death is interesting. I would agree there. I have no fear of it. Well, a lot of people don't. The act of dying is terrifying to me, though. Most of my theist friends are far more focused on after than I. I've long since accepted this is all we've got and just tried to live this life. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm not afraid of the dying process. A lot of people are saying, I'm not afraid to die, but I'm afraid of the process. I'm actually the opposite. I'm not really afraid of the process itself. I've been through some shit. I don't mind. I'll go through the process. But I think for me, it's not even the death that's a problem. But once you're dead, you don't know you're dead. You don't give a shit that you're dead. You're done. It's over, right? The problem isn't that you're dying. The problem is that you know you're dying. It's the idea that you know you're dying that's problematic. That's why I have such an envy for animals. Listen, animals are going to die just like us, but they don't know they're going to die. They're not thinking about it. They're not worried about it. They're just fucking living life. So I suspect if I want to be happy like a dog or a cat is happy, you just have to say, fuck it. I don't know when I'm going to die, but I'm not going to think about it. I ain't got time to worry about that shit. Just take care of yourself, take care of your friends and family, and do your thing. Only LC, thank you for the additional super chat. Jesus is the Messiah. John Caller, study history of hell and how it was created and how it evolved. Justin, can you name books that'll help my friend? I do. Give me a second. Yeah. I know Elaine Pagels has talked about this. And to be fair, there's a lot of books on this topic. This is not one of those topics where like you're just going to find like one good book on it. There's dozens. Bart Ehrman did a book that I still haven't read, but a lot of people like, which is Heaven and Hell, A History of the Afterlife. That was a really popular book on the topic. I would say this. I want to show y'all something. Give me a second. I think if you just want to know what the actual conception of hell was like when the Bible talks about hell, what the fuck were they talking about? I did y'all a huge favor. I went through every mention of hell that exists in the Talmud and the apocryphal works and extra biblical Jewish literature. As far as I could find, there might be some more that I missed. And in the Bible and in the deuterocanonical books, and I just put it into a spreadsheet page on the deconstruction cheat sheet so y'all can just see the actual context. When Jesus says hell, or the Bible says hell, what the fuck were they talking about? I've got hundreds of maybe not hundreds, I have at least 100 in here, references to give you the context of what the fuck they were talking about when they said hell. 168 references. Starting mostly from the earliest. I got the Dead Sea Scrolls in here, and then I've also got mentions from the Mishnah and the Talmud. It's not exhaustive, but it's pretty expansive. I got mentions by Josephus, by the Jewish pseudepigrapha. I've got mentions that are in the apocryphal texts. And then eventually I've got the New Testament mentions. So if you just want to say, hey, what the fuck is hell? Based on what the literature says, you don't need to read a book on it. Just go to this tab on the cheat sheet. Read it from beginning to end. It might take a day or I don't know, an hour on the toilet or something. But I promise you, when you're done with it, you'll have a much better idea what hell means. Low Strider, thank you for the super chat, says, great caller. Can you dig a bit into abolish versus fulfill in Matthew 5:17, especially when it comes to Christians no longer obeying the Mosaic law? Yeah, well, The reason why Christians are confused is, one, because they can't read, and two, because they don't realize that Jesus and Paul disagree. They're under the impression that Paul and Jesus agreed, and therefore, when they go to Matthew chapter 5, they're going to change the meaning of the words so that Jesus and Paul agree. But you can't actually do that, right? So Jesus says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've come not to abolish, but to fulfill." Well, fulfill can never mean abolish, right? So what he said here is he did not come to abolish the law, which means whatever you think fulfill means, fulfill doesn't fucking mean abolish. It doesn't mean it's going away. If he said, "I did not come to abolish the law, but I came to get rid of them," it's the same fucking thing. That's a contradiction. So you can't do that. That's not how that works. Now, most scholars agree that the interpretation of fulfill in this passage means to bring, we'll say like a fuller meaning, right? To bring out the true intention of the laws, you might even say. But listen, read the rest of it. Listen, the reason why Christians are confused is because they've never read a whole paragraph. They've only read one sentence at a time. It says, "For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus explicitly said, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow these laws. If you don't, you're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven. That's exactly the way to read it, is like that. If a Christian is telling you that fulfill means get rid of, then they're saying Jesus contradicted himself in one sentence. Lynn, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, as a grandma wannabe, I think W, his collar up, when it popped his collar up, Jay Pendragon is the cutest theist ever. I got to be honest, when he popped his collar, I thought it would make him look silly, because typically it makes people look silly. It actually looked good on him. I was like, oh, that's actually pretty fucking good. So, I'm actually agreeing with you, Lynn. I think it was working for him. I honestly think he had a little bit of that Al Borland charm, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, he really could have been one of those sleepers for like the GQ Man of the Year type of situations. He had that rugged Al Borland charm to him, even with the collar popped. Who knows? Anyways, I hope he comes back with more questions. I missed the kittens tonight. I'm sorry. They haven't been coming up in the live streams a lot. Their behaviors are starting to change now that they're getting older. But we'll see. Justin's fucking rock, KFK kisses for kitties, and JRTD, Justin rode the donkey. Yes, I fucking did ride the donkey. And remember, I've had both my hands and my feet pierced by nails. I wasn't crucified, but I did have some construction whoopsies. Jack Mockin, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. That's huge. Says, to the question, what happens when you die? My stock answer is the same thing that happens to your pet cat or the fly you swatted this morning. That's actually pretty good, right? If you don't believe that these animals have spirits, why would we believe that we do? Like, if we're just animals, there's no good reason for us to have a spirit that lives on and animals to not have spirits that lives on. But some people do believe that animals have spirits that live on. That's a real thing that some people believe in. So, or if you believe in reincarnation, there are a lot of people that believe in reincarnation that think that your spirit can come back in any form, human, animal, gnat, whatever it may be. That's a different story, though. Sad Tech Geek says, come visit Toronto, Canada, Justin. Pretty please. Sad Tech Geek, I've spent a shit ton of time in Toronto. Actually, not that far. I haven't been there in a little while, but I promise I'll be there eventually. I actually like the city of Toronto. I think it's a nice, upscale, clean city with lots of job and business opportunities, but it's expensive as shit to live there. If you live in Toronto, I'm sorry, it's really expensive. But I do enjoy a visit. Bryce Aroni, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I do not fear death. I have been dead for billions and billions of years before I was born and had not suffered the slightest inconvenience from it. Mark Twain. That's their fair point. Listen, if you're not upset about that time before you were born, you're not going to be upset about the time after you're dead. You're not there to worry about it. You're dead. You're gone. No dead person is worried about what's happened after they're dead. They came, they saw, and they're done. The problem with dying is not that you're dying. The problem with dying is that you know you're dying. That's the only problem. Is what it is. Chodicus Maximus says, if we keep supercharging, he can never leave us. Fuck. Super chatting. Yeah, this is fair. Like, I've been through this circle before. Y'all just keep super chatting me as I'm trying to end the live stream by 10 o'clock, and now it's 10:08. Please don't, though. I actually have to end this live stream, friends. I love you, though. Brian Peck, thank you for the super chat. I wonder if permanent hell came from the idea that living mistakes gave permanent death and disfigurement from small mistakes from life back then. Okay, so in the ancient world, a lot of the ideas of why people die is because you decay. Well, why do you decay? Well, because you can't be down here in this dirty earth without being contaminated, which causes the decay. Whereas the gods up in the clouds, it's pure and pristine. There's no contamination, no nothing. And you're just fed by the energy of the sun or whatever. That's why you can live forever in the clouds. In fact, this is even in Gilgamesh, when he's lamenting his own death. He says, he in saying, "Oh no, this is something I can't overcome." He says, "Who can ascend to the heavens, to the skies, and live with like the gods forever?" Because this was the general idea. The gods can live forever because they're up here. We're in a different space, and because of the space that we're in, that space causes us to die, because the impurity causes you to be corrupted, and corrupted things don't get to live forever. Mostly gizzards, my friend, thank you for the 666, is Mormons eating Kroger bread and a water chaser seems so funny to me now as an ex-Mo. I'm not familiar with some of the ins and outs of Mormonism, so I can't say much about the Kroger bread and water, but to be fair, it's comical that they're doing anything like that. And William, with the additional super chat, thank you for the 1234. Says, life is uncertain, death is certain. The Buddha, that is the case. Listen, I don't know. I don't know much about life. I do know this. We're all going to not have it one day. So make the fucking most of it, y'all. And Only LC says, body of Christ, sleek swimmer's body, all muscled up and toned. Oh, what a body. I wish I could call it my own. Faith plus one. These are more lyrics from the South Park song. And I approve. I approve this message. Very good. And also, Prisoner fan, good to see you again. Happy dead guy on a stick day. Rock hard for Doug. That it is. Stoned and on a stick, according to Sanhedrin. And Derek TV, thank you for the super chat, says, is unleavened bread foreshadowing resurrection? Otherwise, what else does it indicate? Yeah, we made a joke about this earlier, that the fear of leaven is because of it could cause Jesus to rise to the clouds. So listen, there's some theories as to the prohibition against yeast. To my memory, the best person that dealt with this was Jacob Milgram in his commentaries. I just wish I could remember his argument. It's been a minute since I visited his stuff, but he's phenomenal. If you have a question about these laws, I would definitely go to someone like the commentaries by Jacob Milgram, or like Baruch Levine, or even like Nahum Sarna, and see what they got to say about it. They'll be able to. You'll find some write-ups that are really good. Ezekiel, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, are believers indoctrinated and scared to rebel against their upbringing with an open mind, or need their life decisions and choices made for them? I think it might be a combination of both. I think some people grow up, and it's not that they can't rebel or don't want to rebel, or they're not open-minded. It's just that a lot of times they hear something so much that they just assume it's true. It becomes axiomatic in their way of living. So then when one of us comes along and says, hey, actually, that's probably not true, they're shocked, because they're like, well, yeah, but all my life I learned that it was true, and now it's not. So Dr. Sari Guitar, sorry, I probably pronounced that wrong. So it's all one word up top. Dr. Sari Guitar, breaking out in multiple words is helpful. And I hope I pronounced sorry correctly. But thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate it, so I can lock that in my memory. And Chodicus coming in again. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, y'all non-former Catholics really missed out on asking questions and getting told to stop that and go clap erasers. That you fucking nailed the Catholic education system. Listen, if you ask even one wrong question to one of those nuns, they are either beat you with a ruler, or in fact make you clap erasers until you choke on the eraser dust. That's the love of the Lord. I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 5 more super chats, friends, and I got to get out of here. Don't send me any more super chats. I actually have to end the stream. If you guys send me more super chats, I gotta drop. I gotta go. Contra Didi, though, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, imagine Jesus working at an Amazon fulfillment center. So many customer complaints. Could you imagine if Jesus was the head of like a customer service that had to take complaints? It would just be the equivalent of napping for 2,000 years, not answering a single call, isn't it? And then every once in a while, you like just wake up in a drunken stupor and answer a call, and then fuck right off and hang it back up again. Just some random prayer answered. Not pretty. Not pretty. Dwight explains the Bible. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, during Olivet Discourse, Jesus said he told us everything we needed to know. Paul disagrees. Jesus said, beware of people who say they seen the Messiah like Paul. Sounds like Jesus warned about Paul, and I agree. In the Olivet Discourse, he says, people will come in my name even and pretend to be me. Like, the Olivet Discourse is setting you up to believe that there are people that are gonna be like, no, this Jesus guy is not the thing, because that was probably actually really happening at that time period. Does Paul disagree though? So Jesus does say that the Holy Spirit's going to come and lead you in all truth, and that you don't have to worry about what you say. Paul seems to disagree in his letters. He seems to be encouraging Christians to learn and to take, and even the book of Hebrews talk about getting rid of the milk and trying to take the meat. There seems to be a rich tradition of people having to what's the word I'm looking for? Continue to learn how to be part of the religion, even though Jesus just said, no, you don't actually really have to learn how to do it. It's going to be like written on your heart. You're going to know that shit. But Jam and Jay, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Genesis 3:22 and proves God lied. Yes, it did, because it says that now man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil, lest he reach out his hand and take from the tree of life and eat from it. Meaning, if God said, surely in the day that you eat of it, you shall die, or you shall surely die, and then he didn't in that day, you've got to do some gymnastics to get around it. And I am aware that there are some people that have been doing some Hebrew gymnastics about this. I haven't seen a good one yet. So I'm with commenter here. I think this is just a lie. Says he knows they wouldn't die and took steps to prevent them from living forever after the fruit was eaten, just for snake. Yes, not only that, it says that their removal from the garden is what is going to cause them to not live forever. If it wasn't for the removal of them from the garden, they would have just lived forever because they could have ate from the tree of life. Oren Patch, my friend, says, go to bed, Justin. Love you. And thanks for all the fish. Listen, thank you. And I am going. I promise. I got 2 more super chats and I'm the fuck out of here. 700 bees in a human suit. That's a lot of bees, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. It says Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus. Yeah, you got to spell that one out for me. I need more than Joe and Nick. Okay, so Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus wrapped Jesus in strips of cloth and spiced his body after taking him off the cross. Well, it's not clear that they spiced his body. Does it say that they spiced his body?
Not that I remember, no.
Give me a second. Yeah, because like,
is that the same thing as maybe perfuming? Because I might remember something about perfuming.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then maybe.
It is basically the same thing. So Mark 16, when the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they might go and anoint. And so the women are doing it here. And this is after the Sabbath already. And this is in Mark. In Luke, it says they returned and prepared spices and ointments on the Sabbath, and they rested. Okay, so again, the women are doing this on the Sabbath. Luke 24. I don't see anything about Joseph or Nicodemus preparing spices. I do understand why somebody might think that. Maybe I'm wrong. If there's a verse that talks about this, I haven't seen it. But let me read it again. Joseph of Arimathea and Nicodemus wrapped Jesus in strips and clothes and spiced his body after taking him off the cross and placed him in the tomb. Why did the women go back? Why did the women go back? Well, they went back to spice the body. Like, I guess I don't see the problem here. So if you go to we'll go to the earliest gospel. Let's do Mark 16. It just outright says it. Give me a second. There we go. When the Sabbath was over, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome brought spices so that they might go and anoint him. And very early on the first day of the week, when the sun had risen, they went to the tomb. So that happened with the women. So it must be, if Nicodemus or Arimathea are in this chapter, it's going to be at the end of the chapter after the death of Jesus. So it says, when evening had come, and since it was the day of preparation, that is the day before the Sabbath, Joseph of Arimathea, a respected member of the council who was also with him, waiting expectantly for the kingdom of God, went boldly to Pilate and asked him for the body of Jesus. Then Pilate wondered if they were already dead, and summoning the centurion, asked him whether he had been dead for some time. And when he learned from the centurion that he was dead, he granted the body to Joseph. Then Joseph bought a linen and a cloth, taking down the body, wrapped it in the linen, and clothed it, and laid it in the tomb that had been hewn out of rock. He then rolled the stone against the door of the tomb. Mary Magdalene. So I don't really see anywhere where he spiced the body. I don't know why you think that was in here, unless there's just something that I missed and that's on me. Maybe it's in one of the other gospels, just not in this gospel. But I'm not aware that Joseph of Arimathea spiced the body. It wouldn't have been customary for that to happen. Gretchen says, sleep through this whole stream. Here's my tithe. Well, thank you, Gretchen. I appreciate that. And I'm reading this last super chat and not a single one more. Yoshi, my friend, thank you for the 5 Aussie bucks. Says, what do you say to people only enslaving Nephilim in Exodus 21? Rock hard for Doug. I have no idea why anyone would think that there are Nephilim being referred to in Exodus 21. They should have basically already been dead. The last of the Nephilim were killed in Deuteronomy 2, basically. And the last would have been basically ending with the line of King Og. He was the last of the Rephaim, it says. And so, no, I have no reason to believe that these were Nephilim. And also, Exodus 21, this clearly tells you when a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman sells themselves as a slave. This is talking about Hebrews. Didn't say anything about Nephilim. Nephilim don't get to be slaves. They get murdered. They get killed. They don't get enslaved. Anyways, fair question. And thank you so much, friends, for joining me tonight for this fun stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I hope y'all had fun. We'll be back at it again, doing our usual bullshit on Monday night. I really love and appreciate y'all. Join the Discord if you haven't already joined the Discord. And we'll see you again soon, friends.